What's up, people? How y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good. Let's play some Export Hold'em, baby. While people get in here. Hopefully someone's playing. Oh, hell yeah. Actually, there might be a lot. Fish fillets. I don't know, actually. From these options, I'm going to guess Japan. Fuck, Indonesia. I guess that makes sense. I'm going to hope wine is France, but... I mean, I'm going to guess it's France. Yeah. Computers, South Korea, is that on here? I know Thailand probably has some. Oh, probably China. It's gotta be China. The value that's taken so long is making me second guess. Yeah, you guess US. Yeah. Copper, it's gotta be Chile. It might be South Africa actually, but I'm gonna guess Chile. I already guessed Chile, but my hand smells like my steering wheel, which is bad because my car smells bad. But I feel like the bicycles might be US, honestly. Hell yeah. What's up, vegan? Your hand smells like your scrot because you always give to your scratch in the morning. That's true. That's true. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna guess Thailand, India. Damn. Cars. Gotta be South Africa. China. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't have China. I used it early. God damn it. Telephones. I think it can be India again. Yeah. Petroleum gas. Gotta be Nigeria. What? I won that, right? I'm pretty sure I won. Fairly certain that I won that. I don't know for sure though, because it didn't tell me. I should probably play the Tradle. Forgot about that. How could I forget? Like 500 million broadcasting equipment, refined petroleum, packaged medication, like Switzerland maybe. I feel like Switzerland's less exports than that. Mexico maybe. I'm gonna guess Mexico. No. Um, South Korea. Further west still. Maybe it is fucking Switzerland, dude. Oh, that's even. I guess only 5,000 kilometers away. God, it's gonna be obvious once they see it too. Diamonds, Africa. I mean, it could be. I guess it has rice as well. But 500. But the fact that they make broadcasting equipment and packaged medication, that makes me think it's a developed country. Africa grows rice. Well, yeah, exactly. But it's on like the same latitude as South Korea. Although actually, maybe North Africa. It's on that same latitude. Oh, what if it's just Turkey? Fuck. Oh my god. Hold on. It's India, isn't it? Yeah. God damn it. Dude, that's obvious once I, yeah. Obvious once I thought of it, damn. Prepared pigments, okay. You know, China's always a safe guess. Yeah, they're number 2. We guess Vietnam. Okay, that was not a good guess, but I'm gonna guess South Africa because fuck it. Okay, that was a horrible guess. Okay, maybe I'm gonna guess. No, I'm gonna guess Germany. Not horrible. Number 4. Okay, which makes me think maybe it's another European country. That's number 1. So like maybe we should just go with France. France was number 12. Damn. Italy, Germany, Japan. Oh, I was thinking about going to Japan too. Spain. I don't think I ever would have guessed Spain. Pay physicians more. Real. Don't let 2 Sigma and Jane Street steal all the people with non-retarded IQs by paying them more than doctors straight out of undergrad. Real. Well, we should also just make it probably easier to become a doctor. Like you should probably be able to go straight to medical school. Like out of high school or whatever. Which I think is how most countries have it. Anyway, what the hell? That wasn't supposed to happen. Healthcare discourse is back, guys. New York Times released this article, which, you know, I like to think I have a, like, 10% more nuanced view on healthcare than the average person, but I'm still, like, not a healthcare guy. You know, I'm sure I'll do more reading about it someday. No, we should have only one doctor. True. And it should be AI, actually. That's the real position. Okay, we just have AI doctors. To be fair, mid-level providers have masters or higher. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what, like, I think in, you know, I think in Germany, it doesn't, like, it takes significantly less time to become a doctor. Like, you don't have to get a, you don't have to get some, like, 4-year degree or whatever. NPs have doctorates. I don't know what NPs are. Non-providers. Germany, time to be doctor. 10 years? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong country. Nurse practitioner, okay. By the way, I tweeted this, but day 1 on Adderall substitute. So actually, I don't think I feel that different, but I feel like I've been slightly more productive. I feel like I've been more focused, but I don't know. What I actually am wondering is about the strength of the evidence for Dr. Cortell's explained non-trivial fraction healthcare costs in the U.S. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on that. I used to think that was a bigger factor because I've seen Micah talk about it. But then I saw, King of the Coast was skeptical of that. So, that puts me in a tough position. Because those are the two, when King of the Coast and Micah disagree, I don't know who I'm supposed to side with there, right? That's that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Anyway, you know what? Briefly, we can go over the other stupid Twitter drama I had yesterday because I didn't stream about that one. Got into another spat with the New York Shade dude and a little bit of Tyler as well. Forget what I even said. Oh, I think I said USAID was shut down. I said sigh because that is unfortunate. Now, in fairness, it was effectively already shut down. It just was formally shut down with the BBB and or sorry, not the BBB, but it was formally shut down July 1st, and then all its like remaining responsibilities were transferred to the State Department. But obviously, the bigger deal is not that the agency was shut down and put into the State Department. The bigger deal is that like 80% of its 80% of the programs in it are just gone. What's up, Cruiser? Welcome back. Hey, less taxes means cheaper goods. Which, by the way, I mean, it's not less taxes. It's less spending, which I guess you can cut taxes to equate for that or reduce the deficit. But it's not less taxes. Less taxes mean cheaper products, right, Mr. Anti-Tariff? Taxes need to come down. All taxes raise prices or are inefficient. Tariffs are particularly bad tax. But even some optimal taxes can be net benefits if they fund good things. Millions must die, apparently. How is taxation to give aid to foreign nations efficient for the U.S. in terms of spending and gains for U.S. voter/worker? I care about total utility, not just the utility of U.S. citizens. You can help a lot more people per dollar in foreign countries, and then before we get to that, so it's not. I think that's probably a benefit for you for the U.S. in terms of building relationships and goodwill. That could otherwise goodwill of nations that could otherwise turn to China. But I think it generally is just really, really good to spend pennies to help dying children. Hot take. So back to the argument of if we give people money to build soft power, so more interventionism, you are arguing in favor of taxing U.S. citizens $60 billion a year to pay for soft power, but somehow tariffing to improve our standing and power through tariffs is bad. Why? It's like, okay, one, I don't know. Yeah, well, one, I can be against bad taxes against bad taxes and for good ones. Two, I don't know, moving back to the argument, like, buddy, you asked me the question, like, if I think it has any gains for the U.S., and, like, I answered, but tariffs improve our standing and power. How? Well, yeah, I know, and I think tariffing our allies hurt our standing with them. I'm not convinced even tariffing our enemies is particularly helpful for our standing. Like, it'd have to be a much more targeted thing to have any potential benefit. It'd have to be, like, I don't think tariffing every export from China really makes us stronger relative to China because, you hurt all the intermediate goods that we get from China, right? So, like, it has to be a much more targeted thing to potentially have a benefit, and then even then, I'm not convinced tariffs are ever even the optimal industrial policy. Shout out Nicholas Decker. Force should be $600 billion. Keep going back to good taxes, bad ones, but I want to point out you advocate for X intervention that don't benefit the U.S. worker or economy in good ways. You tell me it's good because you like it, which I don't know what it means because I like it. Like, I think it's good because it increases total utility, buddy. U.S. aid is soft power, paying people to be our friends, economic intervention that doesn't help the U.S. worker or economy directly at all. Most would argue it is bad to spend tax dollars, and thus this is a bad way to spend tax dollars, and thus a waste. This is why getting rid of USAID was popular in polling. So good and bad tax just means what you like and don't like. I mean, I don't really get this either because it's just like I have reason. It's not like a subjective thing that, like, I don't like tariffs, but I do like consumption taxes. It's like models and empirical evidence suggest that tariffs are really bad, and the models and empirical evidence suggest that consumption taxes aren't nearly as bad. Certainly there are some taxes, like a land value tax, which models and evidence probably show like are actually a good thing. They probably increase efficiency. Same thing for a carbon tax. How does your advocacy ever include proposal to massively cut military budget? I don't think so, no. What's up, BBW Fart? Welcome back. I don't think I would cut the military budget, at least massively. I think there might be issues with the military when it comes to like overcharging and because one, Lockheed Martin, like some of these defense companies, like have, they're the only companies with these type of technologies. So like we can't let Lockheed Martin go bankrupt, right? Because Lockheed Martin is they're the only one who can make this shit that we need. AMA is overhated. I mean, I agree. I think the AMA was pretty good from your trusted source. My only trusted source. Oh, in all countries, physicians can earn a multiple of what other high-income countries, i.e. top 5% of workers do. Relative to other countries, U.S. multiple does not stand out. This holds for specialists and non-specialists. Okay. Going into deeper history of AMA, but briefly goes into their more recent lobbying. Oh, what? Just the link you sent? Hold on. It's just Wikipedia. What's cracking? What's up, Chris? Welcome back. Not much. But it's completely down to my question. It's not good because I like it. It's good because preventing people from getting malaria in countries where many can't afford treatment decreases human suffering. Reducing suffering is good. It's good because of my ideology, which is the same as because I like it. It does not benefit U.S. workers / economy directly, so it's inefficient. If your ideology doesn't value human suffering, it's not an ideology to be taken seriously. Obviously, there's a difference between strict economic efficiency and something that maximizes utility. Never deny that. Neoliberalism says the best way to deal with human suffering is to have efficient, lightweight economic system, not one full of bloated, massive spending that doesn't help consumer or foreign aid. So you were saying tariffs, which cost U.S. taxpayer much less. Which, what do we mean? Cost the taxpayer much less. Like obviously they bring in revenue. So it's not like costing the taxpayer in terms of. I mean, you obviously have to pay the tax. You obviously have to pay the tariff, but it's not like it's not costing the taxpayer in the same way spending is. But obviously there are other reasons why tariffs are bad. Believe it or not, guys, are bad only because they help our power enforce nations to honor their deals and contracts and trade with the U.S., and that isn't worthy of enforcement. I should do more reading on it. I'm not even convinced that people really violate trade deals that often, man. LVT does nothing for efficiency is pure expropriation, like any one-off capital levy. Also start peddling the labor income taxes better. I mean, I'll probably read the thing you sent me, Tyrus. Present value of a land value tax would reflect 1-for-1 in a lower price of land. The classic example of a tax capitalization. Owners of land on the day such a tax is announced would suffer from windfall loss if the value of their assets was reduced. But this windfall loss is the only effect of the tax. The incentive to buy, develop, or use land would not change. I mean, there probably is a greater incentive to develop the land, all else equal, right? Just because, you have to pay taxes on it. You can't use it as land. Well, I guess you can use it as land banking, but obviously you want to use the land more productively if you're simply taxed on its value. There was no incentive. I don't see how there wouldn't be a lower incentive to do land banking. Or use land would not change. Economic activity was previously worthwhile, remains worthwhile. Moreover, this is my point. But have you seen considered Americans gain infinite utility when they see foreigners suffer? That is true. This is the. I'll help on explain if you want. I think you have stream room perms, Tyrus. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I don't think it's intended to live it up for an A, but if it is, I guess I'm not illegal. That label isn't super important to me. Oh, what's up? Hello?
Hello, I'm here to explain what took hours to explain to Sample.
Okay. We're gonna. It might take me double the amount of time it took Sample, so we'll see. Okay.
All right. So, the thing is, imagine you have a rubber, okay? And I'm going to put a $1 tax on this rubber every year that you own. And let's say the interest rate is 10%. And whoever owns this rubber has to pay the tax. All right? How much does the value of this rubber go down by? Well, it goes down by
one. Oh,
no, it'll go down by
it.
$10 immediately. What will happen is the tax will be fully capitalized the instant you announce it. Any asset where you have a tax liability on the holder, if you tax it, all the oh yeah, this is a good way to put it. You're familiar with like net present value, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the asset is worth the net present value. Got it?
Yeah, I understand that. Yep.
Right. So if we do a tax the net present value is going to decline by the net present value of all the future taxes on this piece of land. And that's going to be the impact of the tax. And the incidence of the tax is going to fall entirely on the person who currently owns the land. He
Well, I
cannot
agree with that. Yeah.
avoid the tax. He cannot avoid the tax by selling it to someone else, because the other person will just mark it down by the amount of the tax. Now, this means he cannot avoid the tax and
I
cannot be
know someone in
forced to
chat
sell
has
it
this
to
study.
any developer simply because he wants to avoid the tax. It's already happened. He can't get out of the tax. The land value has fallen by whatever amount. That's it.
I don't think I disagree with that. I think that's kind of isn't that half the point of land value tax?
Sorry?
Isn't that half the point of land value tax? Isn't that that the tax falls only on the owner of the land? Like,
Yes. But the point is the incentives to develop it, to develop the land, are completely unchanged. There is no change in the calculus of someone developing the land.
I don't see. I think I'm probably missing something. I don't see why that follows from the first part of that, right? Because like, if I'm obviously part of the explanation or part of the point people advocate for land value tax is because currently people just bank their land. They just buy land because it's an asset and its price goes up over time, and they have no incentive to develop the land. They're only holding it as like a store of value. But for land value tax, they wouldn't necessarily want to do that because they're taxed on the value of their land, right? They're so I either want to put it to a productive use or sell the land to someone who will.
Remember the if you develop the land, let's say there's a gain to be made from developing the land. The LVT doesn't affect any incentive to develop. So why would it change anything? If it was more valuable in the hands of other owners that wanted to develop it, there's no reason why the transaction couldn't have taken place beforehand. Right?
Well, people want land to be an asset. Maybe I'm again they're banking their land. Maybe I'm missing something. Presumably it could have happened, but obviously it benefits me. Wait, are you British? Hold on, real quick. You're not even British, right?
No, I'm Australian.
Yeah, someone just DM me. Why did you let a British person on stream? I'm so disappointed. But regardless, obviously it can benefit me to have land as a store value to benefit from the increase in a price or increase in a value of land, even if I'm not developing it.
The price of the land is going to increase at the price of the land is going to increase at whatever the interest rate is every year if you're not renting it out to someone. Now, whether you put a tax on this or not, because the tax is a lump sum tax, I know it seems. Alright, let's say you have a plot worth $1 million, okay? And the interest rate is 10%. And we're going to put a $50,000 land value tax on this plot every year. Now, the plot before was worth $1 million. Now it's worth $1 million minus $50,000 every year. So someone that wants to buy the land as it was before has to go out and buy $500,000 of treasury bonds, and then it will get $50,000 a year, and from the interest, and that will pay for the LVT. And so the land is now worth $500,000. The $500,000, that's all the tax that's ever going to be charged on that land, and it's been done immediately once off as soon as the LVT is introduced. Sorry, I need to think this through. Now, you can't get out of this tax by selling the land because whoever else you pass it on to has already taken into account all the future taxes they have to pay, and you're going to just get a lower price on the land. So you cannot sell it to evade this tax. You may as well just keep holding it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Now, once you realize that the LVT is a once-off tax, it is, and the tax is fully capitalized. I would agree if the tax is not capitalized and people aren't looking into the future, then the usual Georgia story will follow. But if the tax is capitalized, there will be no effects. And if we assume the asset market is efficient, then we know it will be capitalized and there will be no effects.
What do you make
Now,
of
once you
that? I
realize,
remember seeing this on Twitter. I have the study pulled up. There was that one study out of Denmark that found that it wasn't fully capitalized. I know.
well, I'm just gonna, we can work with efficient markets until empirics show up. But I would prefer, maybe it's not fully capitalized, but I don't see why anyone should deny the no arbitrage condition. I mean, as soon as we abandon no arbitrage conditions, we've abandoned economics, basically. We're basically saying people prefer less and more.
I
Um,
mean, can you elaborate on that? I obviously,
well, if the tax isn't capitalized, there's an opportunity for arbitrage, right?
yeah, sure. I follow
So,
that much, but I guess like I don't know why we've abandoned economics if any arbitrage exists at
well,
all.
if we assume that arbitrages aren't closed, we're kind of, and we can assume many more ridiculous things. Um, we can say we can abandon the law of one price. We can abandon um, profit maximizing. We can abandon all of it.
I mean, okay,
I mean,
presumably,
those are
if only because of things like uncertainty, like there would always be there. Like I don't see why it follows that um, if we accept that there's always some arbitrage that happens that we can also reject profit maximization and
well, maybe some arbitrage exists, but it will only be for a short time. And here's another thing. Let's say the arbitrage did exist. That means there's an inefficiency, which means the LVT is inefficient.
well, I don't know if that makes it holistically inefficient, but I guess more inefficient
Well,
than otherwise. But
right. So best case scenario. Best case scenario, it's capitalized, no effects. Worst case scenario, it's not capitalized. There's some inefficiencies. That's bad. Best case scenario for the LVT, it is a pure once-off tax. It is the same as any once-off capital levy. I don't see anyone going around saying we should do a once-off wealth tax, in, except for
well,
Donald
there's
Trump in
actually more. There's more people
1999.
who support that than you think, but
Like who?
um, I have some chatters who are talking about it. I think Lexadecimal, who's in this server, I think has talked about it. I think Econoboy is memed about it, but I don't know if Econoboy actually supports it.
Is it would if I was going to invoke public choice, I would say that is a grave betrayal of our constitutional understanding. Also, here's the other thing: how do we acquire land in the first place? For this, let's say you own land and it's vacant. Okay, how did you
Mhm.
get it? Either you came in before the government and you homesteaded the land, which is the libertarian dream or whatever. Um, I think it's quite fair to say in that scenario you have a right to the land more than the government does to tax it away from you. Now, not many would agree, but it doesn't really matter because that's not the predominant method of uh
Land ownership.
how people have the land.
Yeah,
The land today is mostly given out by government grants, right? Now,
sure.
in the government grants, the government has basically said you own this piece of land, and typically it came with a stipulation like the government was selling you this piece of land, or the government gave you some incentive to move out there or to develop the land. Now, if the government's going to come back 100 years later and go, actually, we want to tax away the value of the land, they've completely betrayed the social contract that they made with those people, that they were selling the capitalized value of the rents of the land when they gave it to the person through a legal right.
I mean, that might be relevant if they were the same people. I mean, I guess they're, by now, most of that land has changed hands many times by now. And most of the people who, homesteaded that land are, well, actually, probably all those people are dead.
Well,
And I guess, like,
imagine.
we've discovered, like, all the land in the U.S. at this point, right? Early on, we needed some incentive for people to go out and to the West and, use that land. But by now we have a pretty good accounting of where where all the land is, right? So
Imagine a true. Most of it has traded lands. Now, imagine you're a really rich lord. We'll move to England for the setting, so it's a bit nicer. And you have a really nice estate. And for the past 1,000 years, through your evil, medieval, whatever, you've collected £20 million in land rents that were pure economic rents.
mhm.
And luckily for you, you have some political connections. So you know in a few days, LVT is going to come through, and it's a secret to the rest of the country. I don't know, you're in the House of Lords or something. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go out and sell your land, and you are going to capitalize the next 20 years of those land rents on the sale for £20 million. And then the poor person who went and bought the land, as soon as the LVT is announced, is going to have a windfall loss. And so you're exactly right. These properties have changed hands. And those people that collected rents before, they're not going to have those rents taken away from them. And anyone that sold the land to a future buyer sold it at a price which reflected all those capitalized future rents. And the buyer is expecting to get them, but is never going to get them. So in this way, the rich lord made out very nicely in this scenario.
I mean,
So I think,
I understand that. I just don't. Obviously, that would require. I mean, I guess in the U.S. you would. Presumably, most people are going to be able to predict if a land value tax were to be passed, because I mean, it's going to have to go through the House and Senate, and that's a like public process. But I guess, like,
true.
the point, like, the point of LVT is to tax away rents, that is, like, that is the point. So, like, obviously, these people expected to get rents and then never got them, but, like, that's it's kind of the point. It's that they're not getting rents anymore.
But once a rent has been capitalized, it's no longer really a rent. It's like any other cash flow stream. It's just a thing. Um, I mean, you're not earning any super profits on it. You're earning the average rate of return.
Sure, I don't know necessarily
Um,
why that creates a problem. I mean,
well, I don't know. It does for me because you're expropriating money out of people. But
oh, sure, but
that's the end of the line. I've spoken too much already. I don't know. What were you doing earlier?
not a
I'll let
ton.
you.
I played the games I
I'll let
usually
you get
play.
back to it then.
Yeah, at the start of stream, and then I
Alright.
talked about healthcare for a little bit, but
I haven't done any research into healthcare. I'll leave that to sample.
yeah.
Right. See ya. Bye.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks. Fuck, I need to read. There's so much I need to read in so little time. Your Printable post is kind of a banger. Which one? I think I quote tweeted him like 3 times today, man. The AI rap battle one or the AI? Dude, it is funny. They like Pentuple post like so many like an AI songs. But immigration is charity, and we can't afford to be charitable right now, dude. This works perfectly too. I literally only found this video today. It just got recommended to me on YouTube. But it's some like rap battle between Brian Kaplan, dude. They dogpiled my man Brian Kaplan in this video. They got like 5 anti-immigration people to dogpile him in this, rap battle.
Trade isn't charity, not a fundraiser. It's mutual gains, not handing out favors. They make a wage by selling their labor, just like most of your native neighbors. Focus on labor supply should be canned, cause people bring mouths as well as their hands. The things that they buy boost labor demand, so wages could even rise. Understand? In truth, the size of the group that suffered direct competition's a pretty small number. In total, Americans profit like Midas, even ignoring the gains to the migrants. And when you include them, it's kind of insane to let trivial losses trump massive gains. The game of free labor's a kind of free trade. The positive sum doesn't make a kayfabe.
Anyway, speaking of the gains to the migrants again, we can go back to this guy's in next to Eminem. That's true. Welcome back. Cause mode us Maximus. The gains to the migrants, if we want to go back to talking about global utility. We're like halfway through this stupid ass thread. And then inefficient spending is fine if it fits your ideological goal. Is it only when it's your ideological goal? I don't think I would consider any spending to maximize utility as inefficient. Although, inefficient is a funny word to use, right? But so you can obviously I would say income tax is inefficient, but it can also probably still be utility maximizing, in the sense that if we literally just abolish income tax tomorrow, probably not be a utility maximizing thing. I think tariffs maximize utility. I think a lot of foreign aid programs do. That's just your opinion at this point. I would argue that they objectively do. I literally don't know. I didn't reply to this because I literally do not know what this question means. If someone does 500 billion R&D and that is stolen, how could that result in a worse outcome for consumers? I think it's talking about IP theft in China, I think. I don't know. But Pentable just deny all empirics. Basically it's weird because these people, I was thinking about tweeting this. I don't know what goes on in their brain cuz I think they just don't care. I think they honestly just don't care. I honestly just think that they don't understand the value of it. I really just don't. I really just don't know what goes on in their head when I say here's a paper that finds the opposite, and here's another paper that finds the opposite of what you're saying, and then here's the IMF looking at 151 countries and all the bad effects from tariffs. So I really don't know. In the other thread I had of him, he basically just says, we can't give retards charts. So it's like I said, I was considering tweeting about this. It's weird to me. These people identify a single way in which a single mechanism by which trade can, in theory, reduce jobs, right? Import penetration, import competition, right? That is a valid thing. But then they just don't. They don't consider any other ways that trade could increase jobs, and then they don't ever look at any of the empirical evidence. Like I don't know how your brain works like that. like I just don't know. I don't know what you're doing. Like I don't know. I don't know how you do that. The BBB take is quite cultish. Which one? Him just saying that, oh, if you leave MAGA over to BBB, we didn't need you anyways. But bingo. The crux of your worldview. It doesn't matter if Americans get a net negative as long as total global utility increases. Based. The U.S. has zero obligation to use its tax revenues for the betterment of anyone outside its own citizens. Your globalist liberalism was in vogue for the last 20 years. I wish, bro. I wish, bro. I mean, obviously, we were more globalist 20 years ago, but I wish. And the voters have finally rejected it. Then I said two things. One, I think America benefits from globalism, even if I only cared about American utility. I would still advocate for free trade and immigration. And two, I think the U.S. does have some minimal moral obligation to greatly reduce human suffering, same way you would have a moral obligation to pick up a drowned child from a pool, even if it ruined your $5,000 watch, which I linked this post from Bethan's Bulldog because it's a good post. I wouldn't have to spare my 5K watch if the kid were halfway across the globe. I'd happily spare a watch if my kid was drowning right in front of me. The U.S. has zero obligation to end global suffering, which will never be solved completely, which I don't think anyone said that. Its obligation is to minimize suffering within reason to its own citizens. I don't think the universe discriminated in such a way to make suffering less bad when it's far away from you. And this is, I think, just a screenshot from the Bethan's Bulldog post where he's like, he talks about the proximity argument. Well, children are far away. It doesn't seem morally relevant. If you could save a child's life by pressing a button that were on a train traveling away from them, your obligation wouldn't progressively shrink as you got further away. I cannot save a kid from drowning if I'm 2,000 miles away and there's no button hit. And I said you can actually, and I linked GiveWell and Malaria Consortium as well as the Shrimp Welfare Project. Great, let private citizens donate instead of forcing everyone to participate. And that's not related. This is where the real shit went down, okay? Also, everyone thinks global utility matters at least sometimes. Would you rather one person in the U.S. be 10% worse off or 10 million people die overseas? Give me an example of this would be relevant. And I said it's extreme hypothetical. Just mean to illustrate that obviously, so at some margin, I'd be right. It'd be the right thing to do to make the U.S. worse off, to make the world better off. To some degree, I have a few elements of globalism I don't disapprove of, but overall, humans are a product of conquest. It would take hundreds of years not to be subjugated to undo what comes out of humanity's darker side. In reality, globalism kind of seems like a scam. What kind of person really cares about something long-term in such a short-term manner without some gain? We might have different definitions of globalism. When I say globalism, I literally, like, all I mean by it is, like, I want the U.S. to be open to trade and to, I usually lump immigration in there too. Like, I think the U.S. should have, if not entirely open, more open ports and open borders. Okay. Right, like that, like that's really all I mean by like globalist. My idea of globalism, the definition of no nations, in reality being too open, has its implications. I mean, I think like, probably the non-fun 420 utopian society would be totally free or totally open borders and totally open trade or whatever. But I think obviously in reality there are practical limitations to that. Obviously if the US literally just opened its borders immediately right now, there would be schools overwhelmed. Would it have a single monetary union? I don't know actually. I don't know because maybe we have a single monetary union. We just have AI manage monetary policy. Maybe that could work. I don't know. I feel in my global utopian society, I think a lot of the issue with monetary unions comes from countries basically being at different levels of development and having, you know, different fiscal situations and stuff like that. So like, you know, obviously when you have Greece following roughly the same monetary policy as like, you know, Germany or whatever, you're probably going to run into some issues. But like I think if you had a, you know, a no fiscal union, you know, I don't really know what I would, you know, I like, so what I was going to say, like, you know, ideally, like if we had countries, you know, if everyone had roughly the same like standard of living, right? Like every former country, you know, one world government here, you know, it had a similar level of development, then I think you probably could have a fiscal and monetary union. But AI is definitely better leader long term than humans themselves, but you would need a human to make it make it that it really goes hard and thinking deep enough so that it wouldn't could be managed without succumbing to becoming manipulated by contemporary culture is real. Disagree entirely. We have zero obligation to make our own people suffer to save the world, save others who do not pay into our system. To be clear, we would rather 10 million people die than say one person loses their job in America. Assuming no negative impact on the American taxpayers, I would defer the resolution of that conflict to its own people and elected government. You can try to make it black and white all you want. It isn't. No conflict. There are two buttons in front of you. One makes a single American slightly worse off. The other kills 10 million in China. Which one do you press? Irrelevant hypothetical. It's relevant because pressing the first one entails that you do care about global utility, at least in some margin. Is it relevant because it cannot happen in the real world? House is not an easy answer for you. Because I'm not responsible for libel or welfare to Chinese LMAO. How are you unable to give a real world hypothetical? Do you value the utility of Chinese people at all? Yes, I hope Chinese people do well, as long as it's not at the expense of Americans. See how easy that is. So how many units of Chinese suffering is worth 1 unit of American suffering? Would you rather 2 Chinese people die than 1 American, 50, 1,000? LOL, utilitarianism is so retarded. Why is he just allergic to hypotheticals? Yeah, I know. It's like, you know, I could probably think of a real world example too, but you know, it's just like so annoying that like you can't, obviously, like, again, the point of the hypothetical is that like it will brilliantly reveal whether or not you value global utility at all. But yeah, I would not spare what. But also, it's funny because he refuses to answer it. But then I ask like this basically hypothetical, and he's like, I would not spare an American life for 10,000 Chinese. The Chinese are welcome to spare their own lives. How many Americans would you sacrifice for 10 Chinese lives? Let's see if you can actually provide a counter argument here. Would you sacrifice an American for 1 billion Chinese? Would you sacrifice an American life to prevent a universe of 1 trillion people suffering the worst possible misery from being created? All else equal, I'd sacrifice 9 American lives for 10 Chinese ones. Haha, you're genuinely deranged. Which, like, you know, I can see like this being a hot take or whatever. You know, like I just have not. Maybe I could be convinced out of it, but like I just like have not heard a good argument that like somehow. Like proximity is like morally relevant. Like in my mind, 2 worlds with the same total utility are like equal. Like you know, it'd be very hard for me to think of cases where 2 worlds have like the same like net utility, but like proximity is relevant to people who aren't focused only on utility. I mean, maybe, but like I don't know. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem that deranged to be to say like 2 worlds of the same amount of utility are equal. But he quote tweeted this: "Free trade neoliberal utilitarian. Anything but that. No, don't call me that. Why would you call me that? Oh no. Admits you sacrifice 9 American lives to save 10 Chinese lives." Not trying to get the last word, but I mean, you can have the last word, Tyre, so don't worry. But I don't like expropriation. Was a bit poor. The thing about expropriation is that utility functions aren't just U equals LNC for everyone. The same average income and distribution. It doesn't actually matter who owns what. Utility would probably be worse if you just randomly reassigned wealth so that everyone had a random swap because people work towards a desired level of wealth. So I think I probably agree with that. So expropriation, while efficient, is certainly not utility maximizing. I mean, I think it probably can be utility maximizing, obviously, but seems relevant to point out that globalism is good, even if you only care about U.S. utility, and that you would rather infinite Chinese die than one American. Sorry, buddy. You want us to hypothetical to test my moral framework, not to test my utilitarian limits of free trade. You won't be able to spin this one back. Let it be known for the record that you sacrificed 9 Americans to spare 10 Chinese. Hope you don't plan to run for office in the future. President Nanfan will sacrifice you and your family for the Chinese. Wait until you hear my takes about shrimp suffering. Utilitarianism gives people mental aids. You know, it can save millions of foreign children with real aids for just a few dollars per taxpayer. I not fun think of it this way. Sure. There's another small episode to this saga. Takes mental ability to think about the struggling of others, correct? Yeah. Whilst I'm defending valuing total global utility, tariffs would still be bad, even if they were taxed on other countries that restored manufacturing. Beth and Bulldog is a banger post about it, although again, I'd be globalist even if I only cared about American utility. And this is a good post too. Of course, as always, posts are. Every single one of them. You heard it, vegan. You don't have to be a brilliant philosopher to know that it's more immortal to tax people making $10 a day to subsidize people who are richer by an order of magnitude. Imagine trying to justify this policy to Vietnamese, even though people in our country earn an average 26 more times as much as people in yours, because industries have left our country, leaving only the jobs that pay only 15 times as much as you earn, rather than 26 times as much. We demand your money. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird. Of all men's misery, the bitterest is this, to know so much and have control over nothing. Real. As well as these people are faceless, nameless, ideas to them compared to family and friends who have faces and names. I mean, I agree. Like, it's like, the reason those hypotheticals, like, hit hard is because, well, I actually think you're doing a really good job of providing an air theory for, you know, why people don't think the same way or like why this unintuitive conclusion can still be correct, right? Like, it's you know, I think it is unintuitive to say that, like, you know, all else equal, you sacrifice 9 Americans for 10 Chinese or whatever. But I, you know, I think like the reason for that it is what, you know, what you're saying. I think the reason our intuitions go wrong there is just because, like, we just don't put the mental effort into, like, thinking about these other people. But sounds like libertarianism. There's nothing wrong with neoliberalism. What do you mean? I, for one, am a minarchist okay base. Wow. Sadly, our intuitions are based on empathy, and we have sense, and we are evolved to have it like that. Yeah. Unions and Bernie bros are practically Nazis because global utility matters. True, tariffs are bad for the developing world, and Bernie wants infinite genocide in the developing world. Yeah, I know. Yeah, dude. The you know, which is another thing, by the way. Although we were, you know, just kind of talking about that. It's like, oh, you know, unions want all these tariffs. Don't you know it's pro-worker? It's like, okay, like, again, let's say even it, like, literally, let's grant that. Like, why do these unions want tariffs? It's like, oh, because they want to take the jobs away from 3rd world workers. Like, what are we doing? Like, I tweeted about this once, where I said like your enemy is not, or I said like the enemy to third world is not global capital, but first world unions. Did it not save my highlights? I swear I had it highlighted. Oh, there it is. American unions were vitally important in making international sweatshops a popular issue and getting other anti-sweatshop organizations started. The AFL-CIOs, which is like a board that hates sweatshops, they're union funded, I believe. American Federation of Labor Congressional Industrial Organization. Jakarta office organizing Indonesian workers for many years. Began a public campaign against Nike. I believe they're union funded. Yeah, these people own statements, however, give reason to question whether the welfare of third world workers was really the motive. Their statement of support begins by describing how global competition is harming the U.S. economy, and their conclusion claims that the legislation will be a powerful vehicle to take back our economy. We're reading? I don't know. We're reading a lot of stuff. Thing I have on screen right now is Out of Poverty by Benjamin Powell. It's a book about sweatshops. I only have the first. I need a second edition PDF of this book. I only have the first edition in PDF. I have the second edition in print. And I like the data in the second edition better because he goes over like, hey, in the first edition of this book, I described a bunch of countries that had sweatshops, and I also said, I think sweatshops are the first stage of development, and as countries develop, they'll leave sweatshops behind. And then the second edition of the book, he says, hey, by the way, half the countries that had sweatshops in the first edition of the book don't really have sweatshops anymore. So, yeah. And it has more recent data, obviously, about, like, sweatshop wages. So, I think that's right, but when shifting to politics, I'm not sure that holds up. Shit, I was behind, 2 minutes behind, you're good. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, a lot of things we were just talking about where, that could relate to, because we were talking broadly about global utility. And I agree. That's why I like not at a single of my 24 tariff debates I've had have I said like, I think global utility matters, even though again, I do think global utility matters. And I think like the implication of, taking back our industries that trade destroyed would be like that would literally be, which again, I don't think trade destroys for jobs really. And I think, to the extent it did, is a net benefit because our resources are free to do more productive things and blah, 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 blah. You guys all know, but it like the implication of that is just like, you want to transfer wealth from peasants in Vietnam to fucking, people in the US. Like, yeah. Actually, wait, hold on. I might need that other one as well. Ah, fuck. Well, I can archive it. Oh, this was a funny. By the way, if we too much hating on the right now. Okay, let's hate on the left a little bit, and also the right, I guess. But I saw Hassan's video on the BBB, and top comment was like, Democrats are too busy hating on Mandami to oppose the BBB. What the fuck? And it's like they all voted against it. What do you want? Yeah, these people. Yeah, dude. By the way, supposedly, Sarah McBride was like working overtime. By the way, to like, get provisions in a bill that like ban trans care removed. And like it's like you do see Democrats doing things like that. I'm trying to think of there's probably other examples of like provisions that were removed because of it, because of the work of Democrats. I guess you have what's the senator from from Alaska's name? I guess you have her getting exemptions from some of the like SNAP cuts. I mean, she's a Republican, obviously, but. By the way, this is you do see Democrats optic maxing a little bit. Okay, this is a insane edit. Okay.
Tell that this narrative is about how we're all about the wealthy.
We can save health care for millions of Americans if we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $10 million. Yes or no?
No. No's appear to have it. No's do have it.
We can help parents be able to take their kids to the doctor. We can keep seniors in their nursing homes. If we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $100 million
That's the biggest no I've ever heard. Yeah,
a year.
Nay.
It's literally every like all 50 fucking
No's
senators
appear to have
saying it. So
People are going to die when 17 million people lose their health care. And for what? To give an average $250,000 tax cut to the wealthiest families. This amendment would just say no tax cuts for people making over $500 million.
All opposed, no. The no's appear to have it.
So my amendment is really simple. People making $1 billion.
All opposed, no. The no's appear to have it. The no's do have it. Motion's not agreed to.
Already
so it's like, also, first of all,
tell
this is my senator Tom Tillis, who I don't know what day this was. He was
that this narrative is about how we're all about the wealthy.
I don't know what day he was saying this, because Tom Tillis did come out against a big budget bill. Only after he said he wasn't going to run for re-election. Tillis is silly. Yeah, I know. He's like a weird. It's fun. It's a fun time having him as my senator. I'll say that. It's interesting. But also, real quick, the government says take 1/3 of your money, and then points to your boss and says, "Isn't he a greedy bastard?" It's like they don't. Only top 40% pay net taxes. The government does an okay-ish job taking from greedy bastards and giving to the needy. We should just take a little more and change how we take it and change how we give it, i.e., consumption tax plus less means testing plus less in-kind benefits. Nalfun, do you know there's protests in some places? Yeah, I saw you mention it in my Discord. I looked up to see if there was a protest near me. Is there a name for like the type of protest that's happening? I didn't see any. I only saw articles about the No Kings protest that happened, a while ago, obviously. Because if there was one near me, I would probably go to it. I don't know for sure if I would, just because Bitcoin's over 100,000. Hasn't it been that for a while, or did it just climb back to that? I don't give up Bitcoin prices that much, but I thought I'd been 100K for like a few months now. But could be wrong. I don't know. But we have people coming over for the 4th of July, which by the way means I might not stream tomorrow. I don't know. But if they want to like do something, it might not be able to go to any protest near me, if there even is one, because I live in North Carolina, purple state to begin with, and then rural, relatively rural North Carolina. So, the big ones like the No Kings, we have some, but other than that, like we don't got much. Actually, in fact, I know we had No Kings. I don't know if we have had any other anti-Trump protests within 20 miles of me, or probably bigger than that. Okay. I don't even think this article is that bad from what I've seen, by the way, but I think people just use it the same numbers on Twitter, but I don't know. For years, the US, like PPG, which by the way, PPG, if you want to talk about healthcare, you can come in, whatever. But yeah. For years, the United States labor market has been undergoing a structural transformation as jobs in manufacturing have receded. Slowly but steadily, the healthcare industry has more than replaced them. The change has been particularly visible over the past year, during which healthcare has been responsible for about a third of all employment growth, while other categories like retail and manufacturing have stayed essentially flat. The nation's corps of nurses, oncologists, lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and other health-related workers has been growing steadily through recession after recession, going from 9% of total workforce in 2000 to 13% today. The government expects the trend to continue as the nation ages and requires more care. I think it's called Free America. Free America protest. I don't know if there's any near me. Let me check Facebook real quick. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Damn. When can I go to a shrimp welfare project protest? I mean, there's one like probably like 2 hours away from me. It's one like 90 minutes away from me. I don't know if that's worth it though. That blistering growth could cool, however. Republicans in Congress succeed in passing their flagship tax and spending bill. The Senate version is estimated to cut Medicaid, which accounts for about a sixth of total healthcare spending, by about $1 trillion over the next decade. Oh boy. Thank you. Oh, dude, I saw this. It's like, this is so weird. No further comments. I was like 90 minutes away, but the places I'm going is better than other places. I don't know. I mean, what is better? I mean, what would it take for me to go? Let me think. What would it take for me to drive 90 minutes one way? So it's like 3 hours in total, and I'm gonna be there at most 3 hours, right? Like, I don't know if like some other like streamers were going, I guess. Like if Isaac went, probably, or if a more popular person went to like meet up with, like to grab a picture with. I don't know who, like, no one. I don't think anyone I follow really lives in NC. I don't know. I guess in the DC want to have more stuff. I'll probably, so I'm going to that one based. Legislation would also challenge academic medical centers, which are already reeling from a pullback in research grants. Normally, they're very resilient to various shocks, but this one is going to be different. Dr. Hirschbein said. As much as politicians may focus on factory jobs, long idealized as the kind of work that could support a comfortable life for people without advanced degrees, healthcare is now playing that role for more people. The field has been seen much faster wage growth than non-healthcare occupations. Unlike the broader economy, average pay increases have moved particularly quickly from middle-skilled roles such as nurses and physician assistants, while salaries for doctors have increased only moderately in percentage terms. That's partly because, as the number of slots in medical school has remained limited, state lawmakers have allowed those with fewer years of training to handle more functions like diagnosing illnesses and prescribing medications. Last time I went to a protest was all DSA, folks. Oh, no. It's not like the economy just accepts, oh, I guess we won't have enough doctors, says Joshua, not even going to try, an economist at the University of Chicago, who recently co-wrote a paper on the subject. New jobs are created. $5. Predominantly female, despite a few high-profile examples of the country, regions experience manufacturing job losses and not typically reinvested themselves by pivoting from manufacturing to meds. I would imagine. I've got 30 minutes exactly. Did you want to hear my rants about utilitarianism? Sure. Are you joining VC? I'm assuming you're joining VC. Yeah. What's up?
What's up, gamer?
Not much.
So I wrote up a non-organized paper.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and do.
Akana, by the way, hold on.
Just so you can
Akana
see
Boy's
him.
in chat. There's a good blog post I saw, Akana Boy, which I think you should read. Actually, you shouldn't read it. You should let me ambush you with the arguments in this article. You won't actually hate this article too much if you read it, because it does give a decent amount of arguments that inequality is intrinsically important. But
Sure. I mean, I'm sure I'd be fine reading it.
I'm talking to Akana Boy. But
Oh, well, because Econo Boy pinged me about reading that one.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
no, you're responding to Econo Boy. Gotcha.
I was responding him in chat, yeah. But what's up? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So my little paper. So my 'cause this is literally I was thinking hard for about an hour, and I didn't want to lose my points that I had thought of, and so I just haphazardly wrote it all out. And so the main point is the objective or subjective morality, or as some people say, moral realism. I didn't even spell.
Which I don't have a strong opinion on, by the way. But
Yeah. So the way I'll just go through, read up all my points, and then we'll go through all my points first, and then if any of them seem interesting enough, we can address them for what time I have left. So the way I view it is that I'm going to use objective morality rather than moral realism, because that's the term I'm accustomed to. So the issue I see is that utilitarianism appears or tries to portray itself as an objective morality, but I think it needs to be proven that it actually exists.
well, I mean, you can be an anti-realist utilitarian, obviously. Like,
Sure, but I guess from what I've seen so far, it's portrayed itself as the realist or the objective morality, and that's why I said I know it's a big ask akin to proving God exists, because the other objective morality idea is that divine command theory. But as you know, if I'm willing to accept arguments that a reasonable person would agree with in regards to if an objective morality is, if it can be proven to be close to an objective morality, or like functionally it makes sense, even if it's not, meta-ethically objective. But again, like I said, this is just a rambling of a paper that I just wanted to get my thoughts down right away. And then my main thing that I don't care to do is it's got to be a realistic thing. Obviously, the utility monster idea is the thought experiment. But in regards to philosophy, I try to focus more on what is functionally important.
I mean,
obviously there's not.
I think they still provide some value, but yeah, sure.
it provides value in regards to showing that people don't have hard drawn lines anywhere. There's everything's on a spectrum, and at this point, like, I understand, and we'll get to it later. Like, I agree with some parts of utilitarianism, but for a different reason.
Okay.
And then, from my point of view, I don't think that there is an objective morality, just because our moralities that all cultures have come to have all been derived essentially from evolution, where humans evolved to be social creatures as well as other animals. But empathy is a very powerful trait that animals have that allow them to survive. And then that empathy kind of came from these social upbringings. But that's my idea of, like, I think any morality that claims to be objective, I don't think is correct. I think it just seems very reasonably objective when you get to the nitty gritty of it, but I don't think there's any actual objective basis for any morality.
Okay.
The other big point is defining utility, because everybody always says, oh, it's more or less there's more or less
Yeah.
utility to be gained from an
Well,
action.
I mean, utilitarians are going to disagree on this, just like they disagree on whether morality is objective or subjective too, right? They it's utilitarianism is obviously a whole branch of a bunch of different types
Yeah.
of people. So yeah, so there are
And so-
I think the term is like hedonic utilitarians would like literally just say the only things that matter are pleasure and pain, which you can ask how you define that as well. But then there are other people who are like, oh, relationships also matter, and maybe like achievements also matter, right? So like, that creates like a more holistic view of like well-being. Like if someone who like works really hard their whole life and like has slightly more suffering in their life than someone who just like sits on a couch all day, maybe we can still consider the person who works really hard and achieves something really good. Maybe we can like still consider them as having like a better like overall well-being, even if they had slightly less pleasure than the other dude just sitting on his couch playing video games all day. Like,
yeah, and I mean intuitively that would make sense. The nitty-gritty of it though is then you come into the issues of like we don't need a utility monster hypotheticals, but more so let's say a serial killer really enjoys killing another person more so than that person would suffer from being stabbed to death, for example. Since we can't actually measure how good somebody feels or how bad somebody feels or whatever metrics that any field of utilitarianism wants to go over, I don't think it functionally should be considered as a morality that we should follow, because it's still based entirely off of, oh, well, this person just thinks that they should be able to do it, therefore they should be able to do it. And then the other person responds with, well, no, I don't think you should be able to do it because I wouldn't want you to. But then
I mean,
there's
like,
no...
I don't know. To me, it seems obvious that like you can develop, probabilistic knowledge based on like evidence that we can collect, right? So like if I see someone like crying or whatever, and like I see their like leg, or I see their like bone, poking out of their leg or whatever, like I can probably have I can develop pretty good probabilistic knowledge of that guy is suffering, right? I see him crying, I see something that would cause pain in me, and like it seems like that's fair to say that's a decent amount of suffering, and like.
But then we can't measure like how good that makes a person feel. Like they'll be smiling, or maybe they'll be laughing, or something like that.
I understand.
But you can't actually weigh them.
I think you can develop like probabilistic like knowledge from the evidence we see. So like I can infer that like someone with that happening to them is probably suffering more than someone who like stubs their toe, like based on their reactions to it, based on I mean you can use personal experience. Obviously you could say like people probably suffer more or less based on development and genes and everything, but I mean
that's certainly a way they could make it into a more like objective quote unquote thing where you could try to measure like, oh, this person like they have an MRI of their brain, and when we do this action to them, we see this reaction in their brain. And then obviously you need to test a wider population to see if there's variation in between individuals. And that's a way that we could make steps towards something like utilitarianism. But I think it's so complex that it's very hard to say that outright that this is the way we got to do it. But again, this is just my main thought. I think I got like 3 pages. One thing I thought of, it's super stupid. So I play Warhammer 40K, and for some reason I was thinking about the Drukhari, the faction. If anybody here knows anything about 40K, Drukhari is a faction where they essentially are condemned when they die. They're going to face infinite suffering in the afterlife, and they can extend their life by causing like the most heinous torture that science fiction writers have thought of like that's how they extend their lifetime. And for some reason, when I thought of it, there's the whole this concept of seeing the future, where in the world of 40K, maybe the Drukhari actually killed the people that would free them from this eternal torment after they die, and then obviously immediately went towards reality, where obviously most people can't see the future in terms of actions they do that cause harm to others. And I brought up various examples. So like if there was this main example, a woman, and she's a lead scientist curing cancer, no longer be able to do that because she got PTSD. So then how can you measure utility of an action in the moment versus the loss of utility in the future. It's like curing thousands of cancer without actually knowing the future's events from all actions.
Right.
I did think of
so
the
there is like the position most utilitarians would take, I think, is, there are certain things that obviously are unknowable, but you should just do like what the the action with like the highest expected value based on like the probability of things happening, right? So like if I take a sip of my drink right now, I don't know, maybe there's a very low probability that like I shift the wind in such a direction to move
Butterfly.
to capsize one sailboat halfway across the world or whatever. But like, considering that's a very low probability of happening, like the expected value of me taking a sip out of my drink is probably still positive because I like drinking alcohol.
Yes, even though you're not 21. But anyway,
I
did have.
This is this is actually some vegan body armor powder that I have. So
Good. But I did come up with with that expected future outcome where the opposite argument is maybe if you did something to a future Hitler, but then obviously you're not going to do it anymore, then the Hitler comes and then does another genocide. So there's the argument against performing a negative action against an individual, even if it produces greater net gain to all the individuals that perform that action. And then there's the negative side of things where that group of individuals does not do that thing, and then net future, that individual then causes greater damage. I think overall, because humanity has been progressing, in almost every single metric towards a better world over time, statistically, if we just leave people be, that should continue. Like, obviously, intuitively, that makes sense because the past however many hundreds of thousands of years humans have been around, we've been getting better. So that should be an argument to say that just avoid harming others in most cases, even if it is an immediate net loss of utility, because down the road, there's still going to be a greater gain of utility.
I mean, you obviously, utilitarians will, one, disagree about rule versus act utilitarianism, right? So act utilitarians should just say, like, you should always, do the action that, maximizes utility, versus rule utilitarians would be, saying, like, oh, we should have, certain, an action is good if it basically adheres to a rule, and that rule is like a utility maximizing rule overall. So, like, obviously, you can be a rule utilitarian and say, like, oh, like, maybe I can imagine a case where, like, a rape would be good for an act utilitarian, but as a rule utilitarian, I should say you should still not do it because it breaks the rule, and the rule is the thing that's overall good for society. But I think like most utilitarians would say that, like, oh, even act utilitarians would say, like, obviously, like, for society, we should develop heuristics and we should develop rules that we should all what's up, Radical Coda? Unhinged convo. This is one of the
Unhinged
more hinged convos you can have about this type of stuff. Don't worry, bro. It's yeah.
I actually go into laws, I think. I don't know if it's this point or the next one. So ought versus obligation, a should versus a must. But again, this is all just the way I see it.
Right.
Most humans can agree on
Bethan's
good.
Bulldog actually today had an article. I haven't read it yet about kind of about this, where he's like, people will say, like, oh, if you're a utilitarian and you donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project, well, why don't you, like, literally donate like 90% of your money to charities and, like, do literally every possible thing that, like, maximizes utility? And I mean, his point in the article is just that, like, obviously, like, you should just, it's still good to do good things, even if you don't always do the maximally good thing, right?
Yep, I actually I make that exact point.
Right.
Yeah. Down. So most humans can agree on good or bad actions, although there are creatures of vastly different ideas, and it has shifted throughout history. I'm comparing cultures here. So female genital mutilation, stoning gays in the Middle East, and then in the West we have legalized alcohol and marijuana. So obviously the cultures of these two people say that the action the other culture is doing is bad.
Right.
That is definitely something to consider, but in general, most humans can agree on things that are considered good or bad.
Yeah.
Also, good and bad actions come in different levels of goodness and badness, such as poking someone who said not to versus killing them. Poking somebody who doesn't consent to it is bad, but not nearly as bad as killing them. I don't hold the view that any action must take place from an individual, only that there are actions that must not. So with utilitarianism, I guess this is, once again, we go into the rule versus,
Yeah.
or whatever the term you said. I do not believe would grant such things bodily autonomy in the one form of utilitarianism. Now, you
Right.
brought up
I mean,
law
and it
utilitarianism.
obviously would like just depend on a type of utilitarianism and everything. So
Yeah,
like, you
yeah.
know, I think you could hold a consistent consequentialist position and just say like, oh, you know, we should respect self-ownership and bodily autonomy because that's just the rule that makes society operate the best. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I guess maybe this kind of nixes my next point where I go over the law set in place for utilitarianism would be vague, allowing modern crimes to be committed by people who are vetted to be allowed to do it, while others were not permitted to, making castes of those who create or feel greater joy in the misery of others to be morally on top or lawfully on top of those with more empathy.
I mean, I think
So the way
I think
depends, again,
it's just
on
like
your...
very, to me, it seems very unlikely that like there are people who take like such joy in killing someone, for example, that it outdoes the not only the the negative experience of dying itself, because usually you die in a relatively painful way, especially if it's a serial killer, but also like all the lost future sentience of anyone who dies. So obviously, if you kill someone, even if you do it painlessly, there's like 50 years of life worth living, presumably worth living, that they lose out on, depending on what age they die, obviously. And to me, it's very unlikely anyone in the real would take such joy in doing that it would outweigh it.
It doesn't necessarily need to be murder. It can be like any crime.
Well, that's what they're about
like
to say. So, like, I'm sure, like, maybe, maybe there are real world cases where, like, someone, like, just, like, I don't know, steals someone's jacket or something, and, like, they get more utility out of having the jacket than the person does by missing it. But
yeah, so there would be where we just currently we have laws in place saying, oh, you just can't steal,
Right.
but then you'd be able to vet them and be like, okay, this person can steal from this caste, this group of people can do this action to this caste of people, yada yada yada. It doesn't need to be murder. Obviously, murder is the big topic, but I don't. Functionally speaking, I don't think there would be a law that would allow some people to murder other people, because even in a utilitarian world, the difference is just so great. But for the next point, I would also say that I personally would be more interested to take action in regards to some end good, such as stopping murder, than say someone steal. Okay, so this goes to my ought. I don't think I should be obligated to do things like stopping a murder. I would argue in the case if I saw an attempted murder in action, I would take action to prevent it, but I don't think I should be obligated to do so. I would argue from the standpoint where it would be a morally good thing to do, and it would be such a moral good that most reasonable people would be inclined to take action.
Yeah, I think about that a lot, because it feels like intuitively there is some difference between like what I would say is a morally virtuous action and what is a morally moral obligation. So it seems like I'm morally obligated to intervene if there's a child drowning right next to me, and like
I gotta be right back. 1 second. You can keep talking. I'll be back.
Sure. Literally all I have to do to that child is like reach in and pick him up, right? In that case, I'd say it'd be immoral to not do that. But it seems like if there's a child 100 miles out, or 100 miles is way too long, like 300 meters out in the ocean, and let's say I'm not a strong enough swimmer to do that, or I might not be. Let's say I'm uncertain about my ability to swim that far, especially while holding a child on the way back. Then it seems like it might be morally virtuous to go out and try to help that child. But like, would I, say you have an obligation to do it? That's a lot harder, even though the expected value very much could be positive in that case, at least. But, and I don't know where to draw that line, because like I do think, for example, this is something that happens a lot. It's like, I don't know if you can still hear me. I hope you can. But with the veganism discussions, it's like, we argue that it's morally obligatory to be vegan, right? But then we get to, like vegan junk food, right? Like, is it, would the, maximally moral thing to do as a vegan be only consume like the minimum number of calories you need, right? Because even crops, still do kill some animals now in a less, bad way. And then like obviously animals eat crops. So if you just eat crops, you avoid animals eating more crops than you do by just eating crops. So crop deaths are still lower under veganism than they are under, meat eating societies, right? But it's like, would it be, is it an obligation to eat as little as you need so that you can reduce the, crop deaths that do happen on farms that grow agriculture?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, by the way? Yeah, I dragged you in here a while ago. I know, I know you haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, but
Oh yeah. He was talking about. I wanted to let him just finish his point,
mhm.
but I was interested because you were saying that you wanted to talk about maybe chatting on healthcare and whatever. I just wanted to say something about, I guess, Trump.
Mhm.
I think in regards to, I believe his style of politics is quite Machiavellian, I believe, and idiosyncratic. I would even go as far as to say Trump is kind of our first anarchist president, believe it or not.
And
By his
anarchist seems like a stretch. I don't know if I'd say that, but
anarchist in the sense that his decisions are very chaotic, legally speaking,
I
right?
don't think that makes you an anarchist. I do think that is one of the things that kind of makes Trump uniquely bad, is that he is, uniquely willing to, if I'm being charitable, more charitable than I should be maybe, Trump is uniquely willing to challenge, existing legal doctrines. And I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
I
in a way, he wants chaos so he can gain more power. You know what
well
I mean,
I don't disagree with that, right? I think that's one of his main strategies is to
right? And that's why I call him like an indirect, in a way, indirect anarchist, because he needs anarchy to occur so that he could gain more power. And I think people confuse the idea that if Republicans want a small government, the ultimate form of a small government is the individual. And the only individual that wields the power of the people is Donald Trump. So I don't
I mean,
think.
I don't think that's what people mean by small. Usually, when people say small government, they mean like they want the government to have limited powers, not that like the number of people in government, is down or whatever. Like you can have you could get rid of Congress and have like in theory,
At the
smaller
same.
government, but like if the executive
Yeah.
branch has more power than all three branches of government had, because Trump, let's just say hypothetically, like I'm not saying this will happen, but like Trump like literally turned the U.S. into a dictatorship. Obviously, the government would have more power overall. It'd just be centralized in fewer people, which is like I would
Yeah,
say obviously
that's what I
that's
mean,
what
right?
yeah.
Like I'm saying, like, is his vision of small government the same as small government that people keep talking about,
Well, I don't
Like
think it is, and
in
I
a
think that's
way.
why a lot of actual small government people voted against Trump, or at least not, at least not for him. They chose not to vote.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely a yeah, I would call him like a kind of Machiavellian character in a way, He has no ideology but himself. And he has like a certain drive to what he wants to achieve. Like for example, like the big beautiful bill. I don't think he knows like to what extent it'll affect like his voters, but there's a
I
feeling in
agree.
me that
Yeah.
they'll vote for him anyways, right? They don't care. It's like Stockholm
I
syndrome.
Many of them will. I think it'll. I think presuming enough Medicaid cuts go through to affect a lot of MAGA voters in rural areas. I do think like
Mhm.
that'll have a big enough effect to sway people like in the midterms, for example. But
Mhm.
Trump is always going to have 20, 30% approval because people just don't want to leave him. He has a cult of personality.
Yeah, I mean, but he could also be smart. He could, instead of like cutting his own base, he could just be cutting Medicaid for like blue states so that they suffer while he can easily like cut out Medicaid for like red states so they can still keep their Medicaid. Like he
Well,
can keep his base
I
happy.
don't think that's a
Well,
workable proposal, right? I think even it'd be hard to get that plan past the Senate.
I mean, yeah, but like he could sneak it in. Like nobody's reading the whole 900 pages or
If they,
something.
what is he sneaking in exactly? Like there are some things you can sneak in, but sneaking in that you're only going to cut Medicaid in blue states would not be that not be an easy thing to sneak in. That would be reported on like
I
immediately.
mean, it's possible, right? Anything's possible. Like he doesn't even have to do
Very
it
low
immediately,
probability.
right? Like these cuts don't take effect immediately. It'll take some time to
Some of them
implement
kind
them,
of do, but yeah.
right?
So a lot of the cuts to Medicaid really just take the form of increasing the administrative burden to get Medicaid, and like we know from states that have done that reduces the number of people on Medicaid, even those who are working, right? Because it's just hard to do this paperwork. It's just not efficient to have these administrative burdens in place. So I believe those work requirements do take effect basically immediately. And then like I know for SNAP, like they are like literally just like reducing the budget of SNAP. So
Yeah, I mean, he's cutting everything in the government, like everything. Like I think USAID is
Well, not the
completely
military.
obliterated. Like USA is obliterated. And so is
USAID,
Voice
yeah.
of America.
Well, yeah, that was I mean, it's shut down now, like officially. Now some of the programs are still in effect in the State Department, but yeah, most of the programs are gone. It's like 80% of the programs that are gone.
Yeah, he's literally turning the world into freaking Hunger Games. It's so funny. But in a kind of cruel way, it's like he knows he's doing. Maybe I don't know if he really knows the long-term consequences, and I don't think he really cares because, like, for him, he says, "Well, let me do a bunch of bad stuff right now, so that if my successor, whoever comes after me, like whether that be a Democrat or Republican, they'll be the ones to blame for, and if my mistakes today, in a way, right? Like he can always play that game of kicking
Right. I mean,
the
it's
can
hard.
down
It's
the
hard for
road.
me to know what Trump thinks. So, like like I said, I really don't think Trump knows the actual like scope of the bill, right? Like it wouldn't surprise me if Trump legitimately actually thinks that the bill will reduce the deficit just because that's what his favorite White House economists analyzers have determined. Right.
All right.
Like,
Joking.
Did I miss out on anything fun? I'm back for a little bit longer.
not a ton. We were talking
Not a
about
ton.
Trump in the budget bill. Hold on. Vegan has limited time, so we'll continue our conversation in a second. CPCA.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. He can finish. I have no issue. I'll just wait.
All right, so here's my last point on the ought versus obligation thing. It's not a particular. It's just something I thought of, not a particularly strong point against anything. But again, I always view stuff as functional use. So living by a moral system versus just saying one is better than the other. It is much harder to live by an obligated derived moral system and compared to an ought one. So in the case of utilitarianism, again, we can go into the schools of utilitarianism. I have it in my mind that we're talking about the kind where it's like, oh, feed your baby to the utility monster, where you're obligated to feed your baby to the utility monster rather than it would be good to, but you're not forced to. But then that brings up a factor of hypocrisy being able to take place. It's much easier to have hypocrisy.
Did you hear anything while I was talking about this still before you left?
No, unfortunately, I had to take my headset off.
Yeah, I mentioned one thing which I think is interesting, and I want to hear your opinion on it. Obviously, like as a when I do the to the extent I talk about veganism and see other people talk about veganism, the common objection is like, oh, you're vegan, but there are still crop deaths, and now I explained like obviously crop deaths are lower in a vegan society than in a animal agriculture society because animals eat plants. But and you know, like there can be obviously justified reasons to kill animals. Like obviously if they're on, you know, on your farm, like we would say, you know, if there was a human being unreasonable on your farm and like he was literally going to destroy your farm and you couldn't reason with him because you can't really reason with animals, you would have you could still presumably kill that human. Most people would say, you know, you could if he's literally trying to burn your home down. But you know, so
yeah,
but also
obviously
like
self-defense is permissible in veganism.
right. There obviously are, you know, crop deaths in a vegan society still, and like the question would be, oh, if you're vegan, if you're saying we are obligated to not eat animals, are we then not also not obligated to eat the bare minimum possible to reduce crop deaths to the bare minimum possible?
Yeah, so that is an argument that is brought up.
Right.
I don't want to get too side railed on it because that definitely is another can of worms that I've encountered before.
I think it's just it's a relevant example of like the, you know, morally virtuous, like maybe you could argue it is actually morally virtuous to eat as little as possible to reduce crop deaths, but like, you know, is it really obligatory? Are we really going to say it's obligatory to do that just to reduce, you know, crop deaths that are arguably deaths in self-defense anyway? But
Yeah. So it's even like I'm still a hypocrite in some regards to animals and harming them, since veganism is about reducing harm to animals. But the comparison to utilitarianism, if we're focusing on the obligated derived utilitarianism versus an ought derived one, it's a vastly greater level of hypocrisy. And then I came up with this random hypothetical. If there was an infinitely good moral philosophy that someone only talks about and doesn't actually live by it at all, only doing bad things per that philosophy, compared to somebody who's living a mostly good philosophy, greater than 50%, compared to this infinitely good one, we'll shoehorn veganism in. Let's say veganism is 51% good, 49% bad, and the person exactly lives by it, so they're 51% good, 49% bad. Which person is better or worse? And obviously, I would say that the vegan would be better in both moral systems compared to the person who only spouts out about this infinitely good moral philosophy but doesn't actually live by it.
Sure.
And that's when the hypocrisy is a bigger factor, where there's far more hypocrisy in the individual with this obligated utilitarian system versus an ought-derived vegan system. And I think that any reasonable person would be like, okay, well then they would still side with the vegan in this argument. Obviously, I'm not comparing veganism and utilitarianism as in you can only be one or the other, obviously, as an idea.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah.
And then at the tail end of my big brain,
the Discord
we had
logs.
Moxie. We had Moxie start posting like, "Oh, I'll grab these just because."
No, you're good. No, it's just funny. Yeah. Oh no, guys, he has to Google Doc with the non-fun Discord server logs. Yes. Oh no, it's over.
So you had mentioned the utility monster, and then she said, I usually bite the bullet. I give an analogy to intuition pump people by saying, well, imagine an ant whose brain has some minimal amounts of pleasure. Now, if I were to stamp out an entire ant colony, is it immediately obvious that I've done something repugnant? I think not, because the amount of pleasure I gain is overriding the little bit of suffering or loss of pleasure from the ants. If you accept this, then you're accepting utilitarian reasoning, and other comparisons seem to hold true. I would argue that action was repugnant from a vegan perspective. So then that's not something that she could actually use against me. And then I'm, in this particular case, directly opposed to that utilitarian argumentation because I value bodily autonomy over utility in most metrics.
Sure.
I think there absolutely are ways where utilitarian logic and reasoning lines up with many other philosophies to the same conclusion. And I know of no other philosophy that does not share any attributes with multiple other philosophical schools of thoughts coming to the same conclusion, where I would say I can still agree with a number of utilitarian points, but it doesn't mean that I am utilitarian in my thought process. Yeah. Even I can come to the same conclusion.
I would. That's obviously true of any. I mean, you mentioned it. It's like trivially true of like any philosophy. Like there are always going to be cases like that.
Yeah, and so with the point of if you accept this, then you're accepting utilitarian reasoning. I mean, I could go from the other side. I can say, oh, from a vegan perspective, I come to this conclusion, and then a utilitarian can also come to the same conclusion. I'm technically not justified by saying, oh, well, then you hold vegan thoughts.
Well, sure. I mean, I think
conclusion.
Right. You can have the same. I think Moxie was referring to the like reasoning though. You know, she was saying like, you know, didn't she literally? Yeah, she said utilitarian reasoning. So I think she's like, if you agree with the sort of like train of logic that I can kill an ant because, you know, for the reason that I gain more utility than the ant loses because the ant has such a low capacity to suffer. You know, if you accept that reason, then you are using utilitarian reasoning. But there probably would be people who object to that reasoning, obviously. But
Yeah. The next one is where Hamster says, I don't know anymore, but question for you or utilitarianism. If someone takes great pleasure out of an action against women, more so than the victim feels pain, then do you say it's something you ought to do because it, blah, 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 I can't remember what he said. Okay, this is only an issue if you accept hedonism about your specific moral axiology. And then I said that morally, hedonism needs to take a part of utilitarianism if pleasure is a metric of utility. Again, I guess this could go back to depends on
right.
what
Like I don't think
field
there's
of
any
utilitarianism you sit.
I don't think there's any utilitarian who wouldn't consider pleasure part of their like measure of well-being or of utility that needs to be maximized. Just as that obviously, you know, utility can encompass other measures of well-being like achievements, like relationships, like I mean you can throw whatever you want in there. It just probably gets harder to justify depending on what you throw in there.
Yeah, and so I still think that she didn't address it well enough, and that hypothetical still is an issue for utilitarianism. She didn't give a good rationalization as to why it's not a thing, because she is implying that she's rejecting hedonism.
Well, I think she does. I think she values other stuff than pleasure and pain. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the last one for me, my substantive claim about what constitutes well-being. I follow an objective list theory of well-being. According to the theory, only pleasure, autonomy, and virtue constitute someone's well-being, independent of their other attitudes toward it. So I guess she doesn't include. Oh no, she does include pleasure.
She includes,
but then
pleasure.
up here
and autonomy though. So like obviously the objection to the rape thing would be autonomy. Like autonomy does matter for well-being. I think would be her objection.
Yeah, and then the thing is, I noticed she really holds that she has an objective philosophy, or she is a true moral realist, and that it is like proven true. I'll be interested to see if she can actually prove it, because I think of the 3,000 years of humanity that's been thinking about this, nobody's come to an objective morality.
I mean,
but she seems very confident.
Mox is my philosophy person, okay? You know, we don't have we got a few econ people in the server, okay, but we don't have many philosophy people. Sample knows a decent amount, but you know, if I need philosophy stuff, I usually talk to Moxie. So
yeah, my philosophy that I live by is usually intuition, very strongly intuition based, and it appeared to work pretty well, actually, which we get into it on my final page once we finish up here. And then I guess this is more criticism of maybe my misunderstanding. How can or maybe not. How can autonomy be an objective metric? We'll get rid of that. Because she has this objective list theory of well-being, and she includes autonomy. So how can autonomy be an objective metric?
Presumably she has some justification, but yeah, I don't know what justification would be. Because again, I don't actually have strong opinions on moral realism or anti-realism. I just
yeah. I definitely would say I'm a moral skeptic, if anything. I'm like agnostic in whether or not a god exists, because obviously with divine command theory for an objective morality, you don't debate you don't debate moral or divine command theory. You debate if that god exists,
right?
Like if that being objectively exists, and then you can say that divine command theory is a thing. So I'd be interested to hear what she has to say, or maybe read some of her stuff if it is late term enough. I saw some more later stuff where she was using Latin terms and other things that I don't think are necessary at all when trying to explain the concept to lay people, because it just adds pointless content that isn't understood by the people. Like I don't speak Latin.
Well,
but,
I mean, I think
everybody's different in their way.
I mean, people use Latin phrases quite a bit. You know, I don't think they're necessary sometimes, obviously, but like, you know, there are reasons to do it if you're trying to be concise while talking to other people who know this stuff pretty well. But yeah, obviously.
Yeah, and so in this particular case, obviously, not many people here know these specific Latin terms she was using, and I think she just wanted to sound smart.
Wow.
By doing so, because
it's accusations. What are these accusations against my goat? Against my goat? What the hell? I don't know if it's possible.
My last point, the bullets. Biting a lot of bullets to stay morally consistent within utilitarianism. From my experience with veganism, I've yet to bite a bullet that I can remember. And then usually when I debate carnists on veganism, they'll usually say, "Oh, I'll bite that bullet. I'll bite this bullet." Yada yada yada.
Yeah. Right.
And majority of the time, people are like, "Oh, biting a bullet is normally considered a bad thing." Not always. I'm sure there are like fringe cases where it's like, okay, at least he's honest about it. But then if a philosophy has to bite bullet after bullet after bullet, a reasonable person is going to be like, okay, this philosophy that they're defending doesn't seem very reasonable. If there's all these absurd
I mean, that's the
claims
point
they're
of
gonna...
that's the point of reductios, obviously. Yeah.
And it doesn't even need to be a reductio. Like, you can still
Well, that's
argue.
usually what I think of biting a bullet as. It's like, I'm going to give you a reductio, and like you either have to accept the reductio or like find some other way to try to cope with it. But yeah.
Well, I guess I can't think of any non-reductios off the top of my head because my brain was fried from this hour-long thought process I had. But I think I think I don't even like if I were to go an explicitly anti-utilitarian point, which I don't hold because I do see some merit in some of their attributes. But I don't think I would bite many bullets going for a full-on anti-utilitarian argumentation.
Sure, yeah.
It depends on obviously what school of utilitarian I'm discussing and like how I wish to approach it. But I mean that's how I generally view the whole thing. I guess it boils down to I think there can't really be an objective-based morality, and I think intuition is a very strong aspect of humanity. Emotions are things that are very powerful in humanity that normally aren't equated into these. I'll use the term magic equations because I have yet to see a single actual equation used by a utilitarian. They just have their intuition about something. And in the case of like, oh, would you rather your mom die or an equally aged woman who is that provides slightly more utility over in some other country? And 99.9% of people are going to say, well, I'm going to value my mom more, even though there's a net utility like loss by the end of it, because emotion still plays a role in the fact that, as I was like wrote in your chat, where empathetic creatures, evolution explicitly gave us social bonds with those around us.
Well, I think that I think those explanations are important because I think if you have a bullet to bite that's kind of unintuitive like that, but you also have a really good explanation for why it's unintuitive. It's like it becomes sort of easier to bite that bullet because it's like, I mean, I'll bite that bullet, but the reason I think that's so unintuitive is because evolutionarily we have these ties, and because just emotionally I feel like I feel a closer connection to my mom and everything. So like I think as long as you have good theories or air theories like that, biting these bullets becomes a lot easier.
I think I got 3 minutes. I think
Sure.
like even with veganism, obviously I will absolutely say that veganism is not an objective morality. It is very much so subjective. I just think that based on my experiences so far when I discuss veganism with people who may or may not be vegan themselves, and we go over all of their logic, all of their things they consider functionally important, I try to avoid the extreme hypotheticals or the argument ad absurdums. I always keep it within a reasonable realm of possibilities and what can be done by that individual. And majority of the time, the people are like, you know what, actually yours is more reasonable than mine. It's more consistent or whatever metric that they value, where veganism has a stronger pull towards it. And I think that, to me at least, makes it seem like a very powerful philosophy or system of ethics, even though, again, it's entirely subjective.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
All right. I got to get going. It was a good chat. I'll catch you later, my dude. Peace.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, this guy's deafened, but I think he's watching his streams. They're probably on deafen in a second. Okay, hold on. We're doing this thing first, I guess. Hold on. I probably shouldn't leak DMs. I should probably play the video on my browser. But MLV, you're killing me, Ness. You're killing me. Wait, actually, can I play MLV in my browser? No. Wait, hold on. I didn't actually try it. Hold on. Can you cover the BBB? Yeah, we'll go over some of that today. Don't worry. I mean, you know, I'm not going to have like particularly unique insights into it. Yeah, I can't play an MLV in my browser. God damn it. Wait, can I play an MLV default Windows media player? I can. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, I don't know if my OBS captures the audio.
So genuine.
No, it does. Okay. Chat. I don't know this video as my friend wants an opinion, okay?
Oh,
Hey, so genuine question.
hello.
Is this okay?
Oh,
I'm
hey,
back.
give me a second. Give me one more second, yeah.
It's okay.
Here you go.
Hey, so genuine question. Is this okay to wear to your house tomorrow, or will your parents think I'm like a slut? That, and also, should I wear this hat or
Wait, is that a Snoopy hat? Hell yeah.
or the cowboy hat that I wore last year? Okay.
I'm going
Let me know.
with the Snoopy hat. And also, no, I'm fairly certain my parents will not think you're a slut. I don't think they. First of all, I don't think they would care even if you were. But yeah, they don't care. All right. Anyway, what's up?
Nothing much. I was just listening a little bit of the morality stuff or something. The guy was yapping about something. I was gone, listening to some drama stuff in the background.
Sure.
It was whatever.
Hey, by
So
the
you
way,
were listening?
you know,
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is how you know me because I rated Wick while you were talking to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Queeman, do you know who Queeman is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
He
was
reacted.
watching Wick stream while I was, or while Wick was shouting me out, and
You guys
he
know
made
this
fun of me.
guy.
He said I'm a Destiny skinwalker, which is not the worst allegation
Oh,
you
that
can make against
sucks.
me, okay? Because I do copy his intros, so.
It's sad. It's sad. You know the Queeman,
He's like a
Queeman,
Destiny skinwalker.
Queeman. He can't be like that right now. Right now, he's trying to investigate another drama. I think Destiny. His former what? His former co-host J Stock got exposed.
I have not
Or
seen
something.
any of that yet. Yeah, I know. I saw that there was drama. I have not seen any of what the actual drama is.
I can summarize this in this meme only. At best.
Awesome.
This shit is like actually funny, but it's whatever. Okay, I was trolling Wick at his debate panel. He was stun locked. Like I figured out his trigger word is cultural Maoism. Like that's
Okay.
it. And then he just gets stun locked for the rest of the debate.
Based, all right.
It was whatever though. Yeah. As for, I think one of your chatters wanted to discuss the BBB. I said as a radical centrist, great because it increases chaos. That when Emperor Trump gets betrayed by his son, the Emperor of mankind, and we the radical centrists have sent to power.
You're cutting out a
take
little
the
bit.
throne.
I can get what I know what you're saying. Like I can hear it, but like it's cutting out. I have to fill in some
Oh
of the.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm talking from a very bad laptop. It's not good.
Sure.
And so my connection's like place. But that was my theory. Like, and I like.
I mean, you know, I think I just don't. You know,
Yeah.
I don't like chaos. I like stability. I like liberal democracy. Okay, I don't want to see our wonderful nation devolve into chaos. All right, so.
But I think I don't know though. Like, stability isn't eternal. You could say.
I don't know. Like, you know, I think first of all, I think I'd probably say the world has trended towards stability over time. Probably. Maybe that's getting worse recently, but I
Yeah,
think over time we've trended towards stability, right? Like there are less wars now than there used to be in the
there used to
um
be. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
But
because
I just
I feel.
even if it's not eternal, I don't know why we need to accelerate it.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Everybody likes stability. And there are periods of chaos, but
Mhm.
like, I don't know. I feel like we are kind of headed towards the period of chaos because of Trumpism or Trump's idiosyncratism, I guess. He single-handed, like, it took him how many months to dismantle like a bunch of agencies? Like, the
Right.
more you think about it, it isn't like
And it's
the
also
not
just obviously hold on not I don't think you disagree with this or anything, but not just the way he does or not just that he dismantled them, but the way he did it primarily through executive action,
yeah,
doing that budget management, like spending freeze that then had to be repealed. The memo was repealed, but the policy wasn't, and like all those
yeah.
type of things is
Because like USAID, for example, you had to use Congress to shut it down before. But for him, all he had to do was basically fire everybody,
right.
cut all funding, and effectively USAID is gone.
Mhm.
In paper, it technically existed, but like in practice, it was dead.
Right.
That's the problem. He can do so much damage without like having to actually go to Congress to do it. Like a good example is like when he went to like a quasi war with Iran. He didn't go to Congress. He just bombed. He just bombed it on his
I
own
mean, so
accord.
that I mean, yeah, I think I agree, but in fairness, even though there were the what's the name of the bill, the War Authorization Act or whatever for like Iraq and Afghanistan, like
Yeah,
we did have presidents like Obama did airstrikes in Somalia,
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. I get it.
in
I get it.
Syria, and I don't think that was ever technically authorized, but we've kind of implicitly granted the president that power, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny though, right? Because so many of these times could risk like major escalation, but like they've been so lucky, these presidents, that they haven't like spiraled out of control one time, you know?
hmm
And I feel like people use the excuse of Iran because Iran was like very close to like dragging other countries and it could have spiraled into something.
I mean,
But
yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I think that usually when we talk about the Middle East and talk about like bombing the Houthis or whatever, the concern is escalating to war with Iran.
yeah,
So if you just go after, I mean, if you just go after Iran, like what are we going to escalate to, bro? Where you already
but
did the
like
thing that we were worried about, but yeah, I mean, not
yeah,
that it was a
but
full scale war or anything, but you understand what I'm saying.
yeah, I guess so. Because I think for some people they think, oh, if we're intervening, like a lot of people think that it's boots, like soldiers actually invading, when in reality
Right.
it's mostly like I wouldn't even call it really a war in the like general sense. There's no troops, there's no like tanks moving through the desert. It's just like rockets hitting one place and another. Which I mean, I
Right.
feel
Like
like in
yeah.
some way, I feel like can cause more damage than actually just invading a country. Because if you take out, well, not actually really. Like it depends. It's case by case actually, to be more fair. Because if you send soldiers, you can do more damage than just like bombing.
Mhm.
But it depends, right?
Well, I
It's
mean,
whatever.
like obviously in theory, I'm sure you could just have a bombing rate that does more damage than than
Hmm.
actually sending in soldiers. I think it's just it's just like what are you intending on doing with
What
the
are
bombing
you?
rate? Are you intending to like literally level the country, or are you just intending to like take out air defenses and take out missile launchers so that they just can't bomb you anymore, and you can hit specific targets within their country, like yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I guess. But I don't know. It feels like some decisions, like the nothing ever happens people, are always right. Nothing ever happens,
Right.
you know? so true, so true. Every time I look at Polymarket, it's just something's gonna happen, and it's like the market just collapses, and I just see someone
I
in
mean,
the
I think there
comments
was,
predicting.
there was that poly market like betting pool for the for like would the U.S. take any action in Iran, and like
Yeah,
in a sense something happened because we did bomb Iran, but then Iran didn't really do
nothing
anything in
really.
response, and then like our
Yeah,
bombing was like barely even
like
successful. Like it looks like
yeah,
most of the stuff was evacuated out of Fordo before we bombed it, and
yeah.
we don't know the
The
extent of the
whole
damage. Like
the whole Fordo thing is super strange because like people are saying it's likely a lot of the stuff was moved out, like sensitive like equipment was moved
yeah,
out as early as March ahead of
right.
time because the Iranians thought, oh, we're gonna get bombed probably. Let's just move everything out. So it's like theatrical bombing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. Well, yeah.
Iran.
I do think that is it's kind of weird. That's more common now, where we obviously saw that when like Iran will say like Iran like literally tells Israel like, oh, our attack is coming. It's like
Yeah,
they're broadcasting that they're sending 300 missiles, and then obviously Israel and Jordan can work together to shoot like most of them down, and the U.S. we have stuff stationed there too. And it's
yeah.
like
And then it's like,
the few bombs that do hit are hitting in the middle of nowhere. So
yeah, middle of nowhere, right? And even like for Israel, like the whole thing, they were saying, oh, regime change and whatever, didn't really do much because like Iran has like hundreds of generals they have on standby
hmm
to replace like generals or scientists that have been killed. So I don't really get the point of just killing them, I guess. Like if they if they just get replaced, you know?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know with Iran. Like I can see
It's
like there probably has been some success, and I think they're basically I think they're called like decapitation strikes, where you try to take out as much as the leadership as you can. Um,
yeah.
and I don't know, like there probably has been some success with that in Gaza and Hezbollah. I don't know for sure about Iran. I mean,
Well,
obviously,
for the problem in Gaza is that like even if they were to kill everyone, is that the Hamas is like a kind of ideology rather than it's both a military force and a political ideology, right?
hmm
Since many members of the party from Hamas work in like government institutions because they are like in a way they literally are the government of the strip.
well,
And
obviously,
so
Hamas. I mean, Hamas. Yeah, the Hamas political wing is the government of the Gaza Strip. Well, is slash
yeah,
was a lot of it's obviously occupied now, but yeah.
yeah, and the problem is like if you don't give an alternative, right, for the strip
hmm
and you just bomb it forever, it's like you only create more chaos later down. It's gonna come back to bite you basically.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a lot of, I'm not a foreign policy expert, but that's obviously a lot
Yeah,
of the criticism with the war on terror in general is that like, oh,
yeah,
we can get rid of ISIS, but then how do we know ISIS too is not just gonna, or
come
I mean, we
back.
got rid of Saddam Hussein and then ISIS popped up. Is like,
Did it
okay,
help,
so
right? Yeah.
yeah,
It's strange.
which
I mean,
I think that's obviously
we
one of
can
the
never know,
biggest
right? Like in
right
war is
one
like
of
unpredictable.
the bigger
Oh, sorry.
criticisms of Israel is that they don't they don't have a a plan for what to do with Gaza afterwards. Like there are like far right people who like literally want to settle Gaza again. Like there are Israeli civilians who tried to break into Gaza to like
Yeah,
settle within Gaza. Um,
recolonize.
exactly, but it doesn't seem like the government has a great plan of what to do with it. I think oh, what's the name?
Don't know.
There was a defense minister. I remember the war cabinet with Benjamin Netanyahu. Was it Yoav Gallant? That
Ben-Gvir,
was
yeah. Like people
that
like
was dissolved because of disagreements over what to do with Gaza post war,
yeah,
I believe.
after. I don't think there is a plan. And like whenever I
Oh,
hear
there
a
is one.
ceasefire, I'm very skeptical because the prime minister knows that
Mhm.
if he stops fighting, he's gonna go to jail. So he has
Oh,
an
what is it? Yeah,
incentive
is that
to
as you know?
yeah,
I,
he has an incentive to fight for as long as possible, if not forever. Like
I
permanent
saw
fighting.
Trump posted on Truth Social about a ceasefire, but I don't know if that was a real ceasefire.
Yeah, but even if there is one, like, what's the guarantee that they just won't go back to fighting immediately after, permanently, right?
Right.
Like, I don't know. If there is no guarantee, no backstop, no solution, and especially with Netanyahu, theoretically he could be prime minister until he dies because only the prime minister can call elections. So in a weird way, it's kind of like a like
I thought
democratic
they
dictatorship in a
my
weird way. I
I
don't know.
thought I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I thought although the prime minister can call elections whenever, I thought they were supposed to have them regardless, like every 5 years. I could be wrong, but
He could, but like he could just basically say, "Oh, I'm fighting," and delay elections. Like he could
well,
just
that's
do
what
some
yeah,
like
that's what I if there is I don't know the Israeli Constitution, so I don't know if
yeah,
there is a war, I
but
don't know if you can delay elections. So yeah.
yeah, like kind of like in Ukraine, right? Because
Mhm.
Zelensky has postponed elections indefinitely until there's a solution to the war or something like I don't know. Is very
Yeah, hold
like
on. I don't even think this was a real ceasefire. It's just Hamas is reviewing the latest Gaza ceasefire, but did not indicate if they would
review.
accept the deal. So I don't know if I don't even know if
I
this was
know.
a
How many reviews have I've heard the last like 2 years of fighting? Almost 2 years.
right.
I think most of the strip is under occupation now, I think, because everybody was kicked out.
I don't actually know
It's
how
like
much of it is
let
occupied
me
still. My
let me
understanding of the um Israeli military strategy is that they're not like permanently occupying the places that they've cleared already. So like they have like some corridors. They have the Philadelphia corridor, and they have the
yeah,
Netzrim corridor, and they have the.
but
I think they occupy a buffer zone, but I think they aren't actually like occupying
um,
most of the strip. It's just that they clear it
well,
out of the militants there.
yeah, but there was they passed a motion, the far right ministers passed a motion to Yahoo to basically occupy the Gaza Strip. If you,
Hmm.
I don't think you heard about it, but they did pass a
Um,
motion to do that.
I don't think that doesn't necessarily surprise me. It doesn't, but I don't think I've heard of that.
Well, because if you heard of they did a foundation, a humanitarian foundation, because they dismantled UNRWA and others, they were kicked out of the Strip, and so it's this Trump BB humanitarian fund that was basically put up, and so it was like their goal. They've occupied like most of the parts and tried to turn them into sterile zones or something. It's very strange, but
I mean, you'll
essentially,
have to if you can link something for that, that'd be good. I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
see
yeah.
any. Yeah, but
I'll look. It's pretty. Uh, there's yeah, aid. There have been like I don't know mass. Should I send it to you in DMs directly or? I think it's
it's
better.
whatever. Just damn it, yeah.
Yeah, and so there's
That's it.
been.
Oh no, I not I meant for the resolution of like
Oh wait,
of
wait,
them
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
occupy Gaza. I read about this. Not
Oh yeah,
deeply,
sorry,
but
sorry. Yeah, yeah. The Gaza.
not that I think
Wait,
that's something Israel wouldn't do. But I just
yeah,
didn't see
wait.
anything when I looked it
Yeah,
up.
yeah. I'm trying to. Sorry.
You're good.
Wait. Wait. It was somewhere. Fuck. I'm trying to look for it. What is it? Cabinet. I think cabinet. That was from May. I have it right here. Post that. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I think I probably heard about this. Yeah, from May. Yeah.
Basically, there was some more, but yeah, occupying Gaza. Yeah, but there's so many.
Yeah.
I think it was a move to basically appease the more radical factions within uh Netanyahu's government because like he's kind of fucked if he doesn't like appease them basically. Like he has to go more and more extreme for them.
I mean, I think that's probably true. Yeah, I don't know enough about Israel to say either way, or the politics in Israel to say either way, really.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, it's difficult because you are mostly dealing with domestic politics, I think. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I think actually when I first started streaming, I think I did talk about Israel the most probably. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I've not paid attention to Israel that much. I talk about.
Oh, lately, yeah. Oh, sorry. It's okay.
No, I
I
appreciate the
thought
conversation.
you did a bit of international, but it's okay.
Well, I care about obviously foreign policy is always going to be
Yeah.
relevant. Yeah.
It's understandable. I guess you could go for the BBB since one
Yeah,
of
I mean, I
your
think we'll
chatties.
be talking about that.
Sorry for derailing you.
I appreciate a conversation, buddy. Don't worry. I mean, it's free
Yeah.
content for me. Don't worry.
Yeah, free content. You don't get a lot of callers in a while, so at least it's better for me to call in or something.
I mean, I get my standard orbiters that I have. So I refer to
Little
them as
orbiters?
orbiters, obviously, because they're beneath me.
They're your foot soldiers. Footsies, some may say. But it's
Ian Coast
whatever.
told me he would have the Salvador welfare discussion after he publishes his write up. Base. Let's go. That's gonna be 5 months from now. But
I saw the US stock market like went up like crazy when the BBB got passed. I guess like the companies are gonna benefit a lot from this, I guess.
I mean, so I believe there is a actually, is there a corporate tax cut, or is it someone in chat probably knows this, or is it just extending the corporate tax cut in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? I guess there is full expensing. Obviously, like part of the value of corporate, or really corporate stocks just represent like the net present value of future cash flows. So mechanistically, if you reduce taxes on corporations, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, by the way. I think there are way more efficient ways to tax corporations than we do now. You are like mechanistically increasing the net present value of future cash flows, right? So you can still see that. Yeah. And there is full expensing in it too, which basically just means you can deduct all of your R&D spending, which is good. So, and that obviously will benefit stock prices as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and also they got Trump's got like pretty good job report growth or something like 147.
Yeah, today it beat expectations a little bit. Now,
Yeah.
manufacturing jobs still went down, by the way, but
Yeah. I don't know. It's so straight. Like people are like thinking that oh shit, like it's gonna. Actually, they were thinking that jobs would crash 2 months ago, but they've only gotten stronger, I guess, slightly.
I don't think
know.
they've gotten. I could be wrong. I don't think they've actually gotten stronger. I think they've basically just been stable.
Stable, yeah. Well, I guess it's like kind of like flatlined a little bit. I think it was 200,000 jobs the month before or something. I don't know.
I mean, you're always gonna see some variation though. So like,
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Uh, but but the long-term ramifications are catastrophic, or like that's what I've been hearing.
wait, repeat that. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I cut off there.
You said
I
the
meant
long
like
term,
yeah,
like
consequences.
consequences of what exactly of
The the BBB, the triple B.
probably like I haven't done a ton of reading into it yet. I'm hesitant to say anything is catastrophic
Yeah,
just because like I have
yeah,
faith
people are saying it.
in the
That's
U.S. I have faith in the U.S. economy, right? Maybe I'm too misguided, but I have faith in our entrepreneurs here and everything. But I don't know,
yeah,
it does seem it depends on your definition of catastrophic. Obviously, like probably at least 8 million people are gonna be kicked off Medicaid. That's like it's again depends on the definition of catastrophic, but that's
yeah,
pretty bad.
catastrophic, right? Like I mean,
And then like
8 million
obviously
people.
probably at least 3 trillion added to the deficit. Probably more realistically, but
I mean,
that's a lot.
it is a lot, but I thought it was gonna be like people were crying about, oh no, it's gonna add like $7 quadrillion that or something.
It depends. So it
But
depends how you measure it. Like 3 trillion is probably the lowest. Which even 3 trillion is like decently significant.
mhm,
But like I think depending on how you what you estimate growth to be and what you estimate interest rate cost to be, because
yeah,
presumably, obviously, if you estimate growth to be really high and you estimate interest rate cost to be really low, then
yeah,
you're probably closer to 3 trillion. But if you estimate growth to be really high, or sorry, pretty low, or at least standard, if you just say the bill doesn't like increase growth,
mhm.
which seems relatively likely, and you estimate interest rate cost to be pretty high, then you can get closer to 5 trillion. So
Yeah, it could like I think there could be some knock-on effects. Like I don't know. Is it possible to get out of the debt? Like the US government would be like in $40 trillion of debt by then. More than
uh
that.
is it possible to get out of it now or after the bill passes?
It's already passed, I think, right?
Well, it's passed this, so it has to go back to the House for approval, and I don't think they've been successful. I think they were voting all the way up until like 1 a.m. last night or something, but I don't think it's passed the House again.
Let me check. Let me check. I think that was last night, but this morning, I mean.
It might have. Oh no, it did pass. Fuck. Wait, am I crazy or didn't the House just pass it? No, they did just pass it. Sorry, I was unaware. Chat. Okay, that's my bad.
Sorry.
Nothing. Explain what
Passed.
implications national debt has for normal people. I mean, I don't know if I'm the most equipped to answer that.
Yeah.
I think the concern usually is just interest rates, right? That's probably the most salient impact on people, I would guess. But
Maybe increase interest rates slightly, I guess, or somewhat. I don't
yeah,
know.
I mean, generally, like you're probably, the government borrowing is probably going to increase interest rates, just as if everyone wants to borrow at the same time, obviously, like that, you're increasing the demand for borrowing.
We have
So,
to
for
we
loanable
have to
funds.
bring back Bill Clinton, okay, Bill Clinton, so that we can have at least 4 trillion surplus dollars, so we can spend it on something. We miss those days.
True.
Well,
Oh
I
man.
mean, Bill Clinton temporarily um made a surplus by the time he was leaving office, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so there's a difference between like the deficit and surplus and the like outstanding debt. So Bill Clinton had a surplus in that during his term for some amount of time. The government was collecting more money than than we were spending, but obviously we still had outstanding debt. Like we were still 20 trillion. I don't know if it was 20 trillion. We're still trillions in debt. But
Yeah. Like, if
No
America
way, Nalfa was
really
having this
needs,
entire conversation on. I thought I was still waiting for the House to approve it. Okay, this is 2 hours ago, buddy. Okay, so
yeah, it was recent,
dude, I've been
fresh.
streaming for. I'm pretty sure the article came out after I started streaming. Okay, screw you guys.
Actually, you were streaming at least 20 minutes ahead before it was dropped, I think.
Yeah, I
Or
think
they
like
both-
literally. This like it passed while I was streaming. So
Anyways, libs are owned. Okay, another Trump
True.
W. Wow, only he could do it. Wait, who came? Cope
the
Denok.
Copeland, okay, he's an MMT, okay, he's gonna tell me why the government debt is actually so based and good.
Well,
Presumably.
are we going to have a fiscal crisis? Is that that's the new talking point?
I don't know. That's what they're saying. That's what they're
That's
saying.
what they're saying.
I mean,
Big
you know,
big media or something.
there obviously are people who say that. Like, I don't think we're. What's your definition of fiscal crisis? I mean, I would probably expect to see higher interest rates. I would expect to see in the future, you know, where we're probably going to be more unwilling to, you know, spend money to like bail us out during recessions. But you know, I don't know if that counts as a fiscal crisis.
Well, I guess why do you think? I mean, there is the question still of Japan. I mean, which has, I don't even know what their
higher
debt to GDP is.
Yeah.
And they probably, you'd say, are a country with less fiscal space than us. You know, they have a declining population. They're not the world reserve currency. You know, why don't they have a fiscal crisis?
Oh, well,
I don't know. I mean, I think
they have
I don't
negative
have a big one on
interest. If I'm not wrong, they had negative to zero.
at least they've had.
Meantime, the
well, I
vote
mean,
has changed.
Well, yeah,
be
they're
also
doing all
right.
that QE,
Let's go back to
and
Chad
if you listen to
Burton.
Larry
Chad,
Summers,
the
I
votes
mean,
on the right,
the bond finance fiscal policy plus QE is the same as money finance fiscal policy. So they're doing
Nope.
250% debt to GDP, infinite
Huh.
quantitative easing, and they can't get inflation.
Yeah, because everybody
Japan is
wants
literally
to
having
fucking.
a crisis right now. What's Japan's crisis right now, Bob Marley?
Maybe he
guys
just
can keep
means
talking, I'll
they're
just
economically stagnant, but
Yeah, they haven't grown since like 1990 or something. Like for 35 years, they stagnant.
Oh.
is that the fault
Japan is
of their
struggling with
debt?
their debt right now since they're experiencing inflation and can't really increase rates too much due to debt burden. I guess that makes sense. Does it count as a
Well, now they're glad they
crisis?
finally
I
got some
mean, I
inflation.
don't know.
Yeah, because people are spending money. Finally, no, instead of hoarding it. Hoarding it. Also,
They're
China's in the same
opposites.
problem, I guess.
They're
China,
not glad they
nobody.
got inflation. Lol. I thought Japan was like my understanding. Japan, the reason they do all this QE and everything, it's because they're desperately trying to increase their inflation. But I could be wrong. Japan has
Yeah,
had to
they-
liberalize its immigration system because they're a stagnating country. And RW Twitter said Japan has fallen. Real. That is probably true. Easy money.
That's true, but the
That is the
problem
reason they did
is
it.
like the far right in Japan is rising because of like the slightest bit of immigration, like the extreme right in Japan like begins to rise instantly. Like I don't know.
I mean, I have no clue if that's true or not, but it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if it was. Like,
Yeah, I think it was because ever since like I don't know, ever since I think Shinzo Abe's death or something, like the right has been looking for a new leader in Japan. So they got some young guy on TikTok or something. And now he's spreading his message very quickly online. Rather than traditional media, he like circumvents traditional media and just uses like TikTok and social media to spread his message. Which I think is interesting if you ever want to run for office. You put your message on TikTok and just say vote for me and you'll win. Like Fidas. Fidias or Fidas or something.
yeah,
That's
that's the
Cypriot guy.
EU Parliament guy, and that dude's And
Yeah.
Zorhan, okay, Zorhan had a internet campaign. Yeah.
Yeah,
But, you know-
actually, I think that was successful. Pretty
Trump is
successful.
very Trump is very MMT. I mean, with the whole, the Fed should cut rates so I can spend more.
That's true.
Yeah,
Actually,
mean-
that is Trump's the MMT
100%.
we need. Let's go.
And but the issue is he's fucking himself over with the tariffs because the Fed would have cut rates if he just didn't do the tariff shit,
If he,
and then he could
Yeah,
spend more.
exactly,
right?
yeah.
It's so weird he did that. I don't know. I think it's Peter Navarro that's mind controlling him like every time or
I think it's
something.
the opposite. I don't. I think Trump is the one that likes tariffs so much. I don't know if Peter Navarro actually likes tariffs or if he's just like the most suck up one to Trump. Like it's hard to say.
Well, that's true though. Both can be true, right?
Yeah.
He's both sucking up and he.
yeah, obviously.
Eh,
I mean, it
well,
wouldn't
it's
surprise.
well,
Like I bet Peter Navarro, Scott Bassett, Howard Lucknick, like all these people probably do like genuinely have like more anti-free trade beliefs than like most economists. But like these people will never be saying that a VAT is equivalent to a tariff unless they were trying to suck up to Trump, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, actually, now it's Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent has been trying to get Trump on free trade. He's been trying to sell the
I don't know if
idea
he's
to
been.
Trump.
I mean, I think Scott Bessent has been pushing back a little bit. I don't know if he's. I don't know if I would give him that much credit. I think he, basically he still runs pretty strong defenses for Trump in the tariff
Oh
policy.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's what I've been hearing. They've been saying Scott Bessent has been trying to make Trump more sane on tariffs. I don't know. It's so weird.
I think he's probably the most reasonable person in the room most of the time. So
Yeah. What's yeah, I guess so. But like when I first heard of Liberation Day, it's like so funny. Like he's just outside with a huge sign of like everybody he's gonna tear it. Like the next day you just see like red, like trillions of dollars being wiped out in single days. It was like crazy.
Supreme Court clears Trump to send migrants to South Sudan. Why? Oh my god.
Why South Sudan?
Bro, South Sudan? He's sending
maybe they're from South Sudan. Maybe
you
don't know.
I hope they're from South Sudan, but it also would not surprise me if they weren't.
Right, it's so fucking crazy.
Oh, a war ravaged country where they have no ties. Okay, never mind, guys.
Bro, did you hear that plan? Actually, I have another thing for the Gaza plan. They had a secret plan to deport Gazans to Somalia.
To Egypt?
Yeah.
I haven't heard about Somalia.
They literally had a plan to take them all and try to deport them all to Somalia as Trump is building his like.
Wait, but where are the people they are sending to South Sudan from?
I don't know.
He's getting sent there.
I don't know. It just says several immigrants.
Several immigrants, like quote unquote immigrant. Like we don't know what do they look like. Who are their names? We don't know. They're just immigrants. Like send them, bro. It reminds me. Do you guys remember like? Have you watched The Death of Stalin? Like that movie.
I've seen it.
Like there's a time like the head of like security is like has a bunch of names and like one of his soldiers bunch of names of people. He says like deport them to Siberia. I don't care. I don't know who they are. Fuck them. Like that's what's going on. Like it reminds me of that like carefree attitude that's going on. But it's like I don't know. It's just like
one of them. I think it's 8 different migrants. I don't think they're all from the same place. One of them is from one of them is Burmese, but the other ones are not listed what they are. But they're not from South Sudan. At least not
Burmese.
Yeah.
Bro, imagine coming from Myanmar. Okay, your country is in civil chaos, and you're being deported to Africa.
They send you to South Sudan.
You're getting deported to Darfur or something.
Darfur. Bro, that played. Oh shit, bro. Like Africa now has like gone like completely chaotic ever since like the Europeans and well, the NGOs, after they were cut off, like it's been like a hell. Like it's slowly turning into Mad Max. I'm not even kidding. Like everybody's in civil war now.
When are you saying this happened?
Like it was happening like around the time, like towards the end of Biden's term, and during Trump's term now. Like everything started to go haywire, really bad. Like Sudan, West Africa, just like chaos.
The Congo.
The Congo, yeah. Like Rwanda ate like half of Congo using like military, like quote unquote rebels somehow took over like half of northeastern Congo. And the next when Rwanda's confronted, because most of those quote unquote rebels like are Rwandan military personnel, right? And then it's like a journalist went to the Rwandan president and asked him, aren't these like Rwandan like military, like are these your guys, right? He said, I don't know who they are. I don't care. He just said I don't care. It was like, bro, I should show you that video, man. I don't know where it is. It's like so crazy, right?
But Trump is dark MMT. He wants to use the tools of MMT to help Medicaid and fund rich people.
Yeah, you could say that. Like there's definitely an argument to be made. But personally, even for me, I feel like the guy is like, he's not there, you know what I mean?
He's lost it.
Like he's not even insane, but like he does not really know the ramifications of what he's doing. He doesn't really know. You know what I mean? Like
I think he's a little bit senile now. Like, he's calling Jerome Powell low IQ, calling AOC bad IQ. He's so obsessed with intelligence.
He's the smartest guy, okay? He has a 200 IQ.
I mean, he's profoundly uneducated.
He's profoundly educatively uneducated. You know what I mean? Like he sounds educated. Okay, he sounds like that.
I know about that.
No. Like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to say, like, he sounds both educated and uneducated simultaneously. Like, he acts as if he's the most intelligent person in the room, when in reality, it's not like as smart as he is, but he's not as dumb as people would like to.
I mean, if you're in a room with RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth, then he might be. But
yeah, he is 100%, bro. He's 100% the smartest guy in the room. There's no doubt. Like with
that's not saying that.
Bro, these people have no spine. Genuinely, like the only guy who has a spine is like, I forgot his name.
But if this bill gets passed, you'd think it would be good for, the Democrats in the midterm. I mean,
well, it is passed. Trump just has to sign it. But yeah.
Oh, it just passed the Senate. Or the House passed it again.
It passes House again, right? It got to, yeah.
Oh, okay, I need a. Yeah.
But also,
my civics is not right.
Trump could be smart in that he doesn't immediately do the tax. Like he doesn't immediately put the worst of the big beautiful bill until after the midterms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he could be smart in that. He doesn't the worst effects of the big beautiful bill won't happen until after the midterms.
Yeah, but you still have to campaign against, on we cut your Medicaid, to a base of poor voters.
No, but they'll still vote for him. They have Stockholm syndrome, remember?
We'll see.
Even like
cut the guy South Sudan ruling in like 10 minutes, but it was 2 hours late on the BBB. Listen, okay, listen. A kind chatter of mine, I believe it was Easy Money, broke the news about the South Sudan thing. Okay, again, I was streaming when it passed, so there would be no way for me to know unless one of you kind fellas told me it passed. All right, or I looked it up. But you know, I think I
We're
was
we're
probably
giving
playing expert
non-fun
hold'em.
the benefit of the doubt. Okay, give him the benefit of the doubt. He wasn't there. Yeah, he wasn't all there, but he was there. Okay. So we just have to trust him. But
I
it's
mean, I
whatever.
don't
Yeah.
don't you have news pop-ups on your phone? Well, my phone is my webcam, but not really. You know, I don't follow, you know, you guys know this. I don't you guys think I follow the news. Okay. I don't like follow the news that closely. You know, I'm a wonky dude, okay? You know,
You probably follow the news more closely than 99.9% of people.
well, probably. But, you know, it's
Yeah.
like you know, I do stupid stuff, okay? I read about the balance of payments, okay? I don't like I'm not a CNN enjoyer, okay? I am a textbook enjoyer, right? Like where
That the CNN enthusiast that we used to like. Okay, he's gone. But it's
Anyway,
whatever.
did you see the
Anyway.
California state legislature repealed SECA, the
I
California
did.
Environmental Quality Act?
The environmental thing, yep.
And that was something that was in abundance, you know, about how
I
bad
know.
that law was.
He shouted out as recline. And again, chat, I tell you, the day before they did that, I said I was manifesting abundance. I posted a picture of Garfield saying he was manifesting abundance, and I said, "So am I, Garfield." And guess what? It worked. Now, it didn't
Thank
work
you
with
for
my
your,
second image where I said I manifest infinite PEPFAR funding and a repeal of the Jones Act. Okay, so the Jones Act is still in place. PEPFAR is actually I never found out if PEPFAR got funding continued in the big budget bill.
I don't know. Oh wait, Elon's fucked. I forgot about this. Elon's completely raped.
Yeah, oh yeah, it
He's-
will be interesting. I wonder if they'll have a fucking another breakup. Like,
Bro, like Elon Trump now, like with his bill in place, he could just like if Elon tries to say anything, he end Elon's entire existence if he felt like it. Like, or he could cause significant economic damage to Elon with this bill. In a way, I think. I don't know.
you know what I am concerned about? I'm not like that much of a money and politics guy, but I am worried that the 2028 Republican primary is just going to be them trying to suck up to Elon Musk the most. Like,
wait, why Elon?
Because he has a ton of money and owns Twitter, and he has a well, to some extent, a cult of personality of his own, and I feel like they.
Yeah, Elon
Obviously,
bros.
whoever Elon supports in the 2028 Republican primary has a much better shot of winning. So,
I mean, money isn't everything.
Yeah,
I agree.
power is
I'm not
power.
like that big of a money and politics guy. So,
I mean, Cuomo spent $30 million or whatever
right.
in like the
Zora
last
on-
like
yeah,
2
Zora
weeks or
on-
something of that
Zora on
campaign.
beat him, and it wasn't even close. But yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even close.
Right. And
But
then
Twitter
it's like,
definitely does matter. I mean, if you care about virality and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know how much Elon actively manages that.
it'd be so crazy if Fuentes ran in 2028. I wouldn't be that surprised if Fuentes ran in 2020 or Kanye, the Republican primary. Because at this point, they're just accepting anyone and everyone.
I think the interesting thing is if they could get on the debate stage.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. Or Steve Bannon. I have a feeling that Steve Bannon might try to run in 2028. But Steve Bannon's a crackhead. I don't think like he'd actually, even if he tried.
Yeah, I don't know what the Republicans will do. I mean,
don't
you'd think JD Vance probably is the obvious successor, but
JD Vance has no charisma
you
whatsoever.
think so? He's got no riz.
No riz. Okay, unless he's able to turn chubby JD Vance.
He's able to risk those.
You know, if if chubby JD Vance is able to use his memes, weaponize his memes as a form of populism, maybe, but I don't know. I feel like if he ran in 2028, you just see like hundreds of posters of like chubby. Wait, did I cut off? I don't know.
A little bit.
I don't know if I cut off.
We can. I think there's someone in the background too. But
Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. I have like some people pass by my room, so they make. It's whatever.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get going on phone, but thank you for your abundant mindset. And yeah, that's all.
Okay. Even I'll just go. But it was nice talking with you.
yeah, nice talking to you. Yep, free content. hell
Thanks,
yeah.
man. More
Wait, hold on.
content.
Are you a
Might-
streamer or anything?
No, I have a small YouTube channel, but it's like whatever. Like mini little channel. I just post some memes. Maybe I might stream.
yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But it's whatever.
Well, I wanted to just give you the opportunity to tell people who you were if you wanted to. So
It's okay. I could tell that maybe. It's whatever. But thanks for having me on.
yeah, no worries.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, I feel like I'm. Hold on. My understanding is PEPFAR needed funding reauthorization at some point, and that's not in a bill. So is it just fucked? I thought PEPFAR's latest reauthorization expired on March 25th, which this is part I know. My understanding is that if it didn't get reauthorized, it was fucked, but I don't know. What do you think are the best arguments against progressive taxation? It's basically the administrative benefits. It's like administratively simpler to do. Hello? Administratively simpler to do flat taxes, and that can save IRS resources. And then you can do progressive benefits and still have it be progressive. Flat taxes are, by their nature, less progressive is actually incorrect, or the view that flat taxes are less progressive is incorrect. It relies on fundamentally incomplete view of the distributional effects of government policy. Taxation does not exist in a vacuum. It is merely the way government receives revenue. Equally as important as how the government spends it. In order to determine the total distributional impact of government policy, we must look at both taxes and transfers simultaneously. As I will show, when we make more use of this holistic approach, there is indeed a strong case for a flat tax, not simply on the grounds of efficiency, but also progressivity. You can, I think he probably gives better examples here, but like, you know, you can still have a progressive system with a flat tax, and there might be, like I said, potential benefits in administrative cost. Post link, please share. Anything to shout out. Mike Arfon. Consider spending, reduce rates, and low brackets, become very clear aggressive to see how. What do you care how much someone makes? How about it's none of your business if someone makes 100,000, 1 billion, etc.? Depends what you mean. So, like, I would say in the context of wanting a progressive tax system, one, there could just be negative costs associated with inequality anyway, and in that sense is, kind of like an externality. Like, let's say, not that I'm necessarily convinced of this view, okay, maybe maybe if Econoboy is still in chat, okay, maybe if Sam is in chat, they will tell you. But like let's just say like inequality is associated with higher crime. Well, it may be good to reduce inequality, for that reason. And there are other potential negative externalities associated with inequality. But more importantly, I would say is essentially just utilitarian reasons. It's based on marginal utility. So obviously like $1,000 to a like billionaire means nothing, but $1,000 to a homeless person means a lot. So there's diminishing marginal utility to the dollar as as you get more and more dollars, the value of each next dollar falls. So there is like utilitarian grounds for just redistribution. In a sense that obviously we can take from the rich and give to the poor and probably increase total utility. I didn't see this. Online dating apps are transformed the dating market, yet their broader effects remain unclear. We studied Tinder's impact on college students using its initial marketing focus on Greek organizations for identification. We show that the full-scale launch of Tinder led to a sharp, persistent increase in sexual activity, but with little corresponding impact on the formation of long-term relationships or relationship quality. Dating outcome inequality, especially among men, rose. Econoboy, I 100% agree with you now. Inequality is an intrinsic bad, and this is why we should ban dating apps. Alongside rates of sexual assaults and STDs, however, despite these changes, Tinder's introduction did not worsen students' mental health on average and may have even led to improvements for female students. Wow. What is this Greek organization? Did Tinder launch for fucking Greek organizations first? Okay, whatever. I mean, this is good news, I guess. I could see the, sort of plausible. I could find it being plausible that Tinder reduced people's mental health outcomes, but good, it doesn't seem to. I pulled this up while we were talking about Zorhan and Twitter. Ezra Klein. I have not seen this. I watched the first 4 minutes. Ezra Klein did his show today on how Zorhan won basically. It's funny too because Ezra Klein's wife fucking hates Zorhan, which like based my goat, let's go, but. Okay. Remember when we were reading this? I think my Adderall's wearing off. I don't actually know. I don't know how I'm trying to take note of how I feel because it is my first day in Adderall, and I think it just feels like I don't know. I think I'm more focused. I feel like it. I feel like this is how like I feel on like my absolute like best days. Because tomorrow I did not feel this way. Placebo. Well, that's what I'm worried about. I don't know. Okay. I don't even know where we were. Read that, I think. Okay. I think we stop there. That blistering growth could cool, however, if Republicans in Congress succeeded in passing their flagship tax spending bill. Senate expected to cut Medicaid. Okay, no, I'm presuming about $82 billion will come out of other healthcare funding, including Medicaid subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. What's up with Florida Hornet? It's going to put strain on continued operations of quite a few healthcare providers, said Brad, this dude, a senior economist at the W.E. Upjohn Institute for Employment Research. Oh, by the way, funny story. I got like 5 text messages. I think it was 5 or 6 that I got telling me to call House Representative Andy Biggs to vote yes in the big budget bill. And I was like, okay, you know, they texted me. I assumed he was my House representative. Okay. And the fact that I got so many texts about it made me think, maybe this guy's vote is important and they don't think they have it. So maybe me calling him and telling him not to vote for the budget bill will actually have some effect. So I called him and did that. And I remember saying in the call, like, I don't like that. A lot of Medicaid cuts are probably going to end up shutting down some hospitals in rural North Carolina that a lot of people rely on. And then after I hung up a little bit later, I looked at the actual image that they sent me, and it said Andy Biggs, representative for Arizona's like 9th district. And I'm like, why did they? I don't live in Arizona. I don't know why they think I do, but that was hopefully he listened to everything else I said in the voicemail that I left him, but not the part where I revealed I was in North Carolina. Okay, hopefully everything else though, he's like, wow, this kid made some good points. I can hope. A man can dream. Well, it already passed the House, I guess, so it doesn't matter actually. But that's actually, did he vote? House BBB vote. Did he vote no ever? I don't even know if they actually needed his vote. They might have needed him. He has some amazingly bad stuff. Oh no, they did need him. Didn't they? Oh no. Not ideal. Not ideal. Reading glasses are cheap, FYI. Do you think I need reading glasses? What's up, only Mr. Bill? Welcome back. My dad has reading glasses. I don't think I need reading glasses yet. I'm still a young dude. Do I need them? I'm going to zoom in too. Okay, it's mostly true for clinics and hospitals serving low-income areas. The Senate bill includes a $50 billion relief fund for rural hospitals, but it won't be equally distributed and won't fully offset the Medicaid cuts. The legislation would also challenge academic medical centers, which are already reeling from a pullback in resource grants, normally very resilient. Okay, we did read this. Policy focused factory jobs. Feel to see much faster wage growth in other occupations. Pretty sure we read that. Lots of medical school restricted. Read that part. Healthcare jobs have been on a rise for 3 main reasons. First, more people have been getting access to care. The uninsured rate has fallen from 8% in 2023 to 14% in 2000. That's largely a result of the Affordable Care Act, which supported states in expanding Medicaid to more people, subsidized private insurance, and pushed more employers to offer coverage. Second, people have access to health care have been using more of it. Chronic conditions like kidney disease and did people on Twitter talking about this even read both these things? They're like things I mentioned. These are my points. Chronic conditions like kidney disease and cancer have become increasingly prevalent, while America is also getting older, necessitating more care. And third, at least through half of the 20th century, Americans consumed more healthcare because they were getting richer and spending less on things. On other things. Globalization and mechanization made toasters and tomatoes much less expensive, but these surgeries and nursing homes are still powered by people who largely can't be offshore or automated. True. This is my point. I feel like people it's a wild misinterpretation of the article that I saw some people have, but okay. Whereas the healthcare jobs are also visible in geography. In 38 states, the industry is now the biggest employer. Some former manufacturing hubs like Cleveland and Pittsburgh have transitioned to healthcare as a core driver of the local economy. And hospitals are often the largest employers in towns and rural places, especially if they draw from a large surrounding area. Although some policymakers emphasize the economic importance of manufacturing because it generates goods that can be exported to other countries, healthcare services are also exported. Truth Nuke, by the way, foreigners come to. It's funny that like some of our biggest exports are healthcare and education, and Trump doesn't seem to like either of those. He does not like foreign students coming here and going to our colleges, which is an export for us. And he doesn't like healthcare. He wants to cut Medicaid. But regardless, foreigners come to U.S. hospitals for specialty procedures. Foreign student, although obviously the people on Medicaid are not counted in exports, right? But yeah, although we are doing obviously R&D cuts are probably gonna reduce exports because presumably if less new drugs are invented, we're gonna export our new drugs less, presumably. Okay, foreigners coming here for specialty procedures. Foreign students study at U.S. medical schools that as well, obviously, and drugs that go through U.S. clinical trials. So still, maybe, man, why don't we even say anything, man? I should just, keep reading the article that mentions my points. And the heavy weightlifting in the workforce towards healthcare isn't unique. As countries get richer and older, more of their employment shift in medical fields. Although the U.S. tends to be more into healthcare tends to spend more in healthcare as a share of GDP. 9 countries in the OECD, including most in Northern Europe and Japan, have higher shares of the working population in healthcare than the U.S. Hiring of healthcare professionals has been particularly swift over the last few years because the pandemic left a lot of catching up to do. Providers left the bedside en masse, exhausted by relentless hours and dangerous conditions. Healthcare employment has still not caught up to its pre-pandemic trend, and the job openings remain elevated over other industries. Nursings have continued to churn out as many graduates as they can to keep up with the vacancies. There's really not been a year where it's like, we're good, we have all the nurses we need, said Robert, that guy, Chief Communications Officer for the American Association of College Nursing. At the same time, new sources of demand have arisen. Virtual counseling and increasing support for mental health by employers and their insurance plans have created more jobs for therapists and counselors, both in private practice and institutions like schools and hospitals. John Goody is the chief executive of Healthcare Recruiters International, which places staff on both a temporary and permanent basis. He said most intense shortages have eased, except for anything having to do with behavioral health, which he calls massively underserved. Wage escalation has been so high in that space, Mr. Goody said, that the entities, whether it's a home health company, a clinic, addiction treatment, eating disorder, and their unit economics can't keep up with the salary expectations now. It's not inevitable, however, that healthcare employment will continue to grow at the same pace. One reason is that looming cuts to federal health spending. Senate version of the Republican tax and spending bill, along with other changes by the Trump administration, would result in 17 million fewer people having health insurance by 2024. This is just a CBO estimate, right? Yeah. Although people without health insurance tend to require more emergency care because they aren't able to afford preventable visits, it's not clear how these costs would be absorbed elsewhere. And those may not be the only cuts. The White House also called for reductions in federal funding for medical education and research, which could constrict the supply of newly trained healthcare workers. The Times is lying. The cuts are made up BS. It leaves out by 2030, there will be 73 million new people over 65 that will be enrolled in Medicare automatically if they accept any type of Social Security or government benefits. I don't see how that's relevant to the fact that, for example, they're adding work requirements to Medicaid, which are going to, decrease the amount of people on Medicaid. Kind of their whole point. And most of the people, 90+% of the people are not going to be the able-bodied people who the work requirements are trying to add. These people can't opt out of it. Opt out of what? Most of the people who lose access to Medicaid are going to be just regular people who are working anyway, or have disability exemptions, but just don't fill out the paperwork or fill out incorrectly. Blah blah blah. Such and such. Do you really want to check out what Elon Do you want to check out what Elon's reaction to bill passing? I see nothing in the news about his reaction, if any. Well, just check his Twitter. He might be not talking about it. Yeah, I don't think he's talking about it. Healthcare is also getting somewhat more efficient. Many procedures can now be conducted on an outpatient basis. Recent pharmaceutical advances, such as diabetes medications that are now widely used for weight loss, appear to likely reduce the prevalence of chronic conditions related to obesity. And artificial intelligence may be able to cut down on the 20 or so percent of healthcare employment that is administrative. Some of the tasks that currently burden doctors, nurses, and radiologists could be done more quickly with AI. David Cutler, a healthcare economist at Harvard University, cautions that while more people will need to deliver care in the future, the industry shouldn't be seen as a jobs program. Costs have been rising for decades, placing larger and larger burden on taxpayers and businesses, and to the extent possible, those resources should be redirected to other parts of the economy. Any person who is employed in healthcare, who we don't need to be employed in healthcare, is a waste. Real. Me when opportunity cost understander. Let's go. This guy's base. Dr. Cutler said that's money in healthcare that costs people money when they're sick, and that's a person who could be doing a job somewhere else. Yes, let's go. This is true for all like government jobs, or I shouldn't say all government job program, because presumably in cases of like a shortfall in demand, it's not going to be a person who would have otherwise been employed. It's just a person who otherwise would have been unemployed. And, you're not going to crowd out private sector employment. But if we're running near full employment, jobs are a cost to government programs, not a benefit. I love how every MAGA imbecile who has never been an expert in any type of study are now all experts in every single one of Trump's policy. Yep. This is what happens. Okay. Okay, I don't know how I want to sort this yet. Do you read what successful investment in business world people say about economy and trade? I don't listen to like finance, bro. This is kind of what you're implying. I don't know. I read quite a few people. Like obviously some of them are successful business people. I don't know, but I prefer. Here's what I'll say. I prefer the work of academic economists to entrepreneurs, right? I don't like no offense, like I don't give a fuck. Like it, I'm trying to think of an example. Warren Buffett might be not a good example. But I care more about Scott Sumner's opinion on monetary policy than I do, Warren Buffett's even, but than I do like any billionaire, right? Like, it might have been to me. Many people use X as a placeholder. Oh, maybe. All right. You know who I do love reading is one Noah Smith, one No Opinion. Donald Trump has done away with much of the Reaganite conservative ideology that defined the Republican Party in my youth. But one Reaganite tradition remains in place every time the GOP finds itself in control of the Congress and presidency. They pass a giant tax cut. Bush did it in 2001, Trump did it in 2017, and Trump is about to do it again in 2025. Trump's rather ludicrously titled One Big Beautiful Bill. One Big Beautiful Bill Act is first and foremost a tax cut bill. The Economist tallied up the numbers on the version of the I'm gonna mess up the number of B's every time. OBBBA that just passed the Senate. I'm just gonna call it a budget bill. Senate, and found that tax cuts dominated everything else in terms of their impact on government finances. I think I've seen some charge from this article. Really, it should be up there. I think I'll probably have like a What's up, Bertstein? Welcome back. We have that there, and then probably have like a deficit impact or deficit like estimates, and then have some of those down there. I probably want a distributional impact thing. The Ken Clark said I was sleeping, not having done an economics expert pulling the bill. Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, they might want to wait until the final version of the bill is made, right? Because, you know, the Senate made changes, so they might have they might want to wait. But yeah. I probably want a. No, I don't think I. Well, here's what I'll do. How big are? Or I'm not capitalizing it. Fuck it. Maybe I'll do this because I do want to include the other, like, you know, repealing some of the like subsidies that the ACA has as well. But like this is like general, like, you know, just about work requirements for Medicaid and not like specifically the one budget bill. They did a poll on 2.3 trillion. It was already bad. Oh man. Long-run U.S. fiscal sustainability will require some combination of slowing the growth of spending on Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security benefits, and/or tax increases, including higher taxes on households of income below $400,000. Basically, everyone agrees. Issuing an additional $2.3 trillion of debt over the next 10 years, as projected by CBO for the House Reconciliation Bill, is if enacted, will substantially raise interest rates on government debt over that period. 65% agree, 20% strongly agree. Uncertain, 2% disagree. Oh, I think I probably have this linked. Yeah, but. Especially tax increases, my goat. I'm not aware of alternatives, but experts on the topic might know some. Do people who disagree offer any of their explanation of this one? I'd be curious. A little, but not substantially. Okay. I see it as much more ethical to get the government to rely on selling treasury bonds instead of relying on VAT income taxes. Well, I mean, like, okay. first of all, if your objection to, which I believe your objection to VAT and income taxes is that they tax lower income people, right? I believe that is your objection. I believe you don't want anyone paying, anyone making under 2 million to pay taxes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's your objection to them. I have some news for you about the like distributional effects of treasury bonds. Who the fuck do you think is buying treasury bonds? Like ordinary people buy some treasury bonds, but like it's like mostly like institutional like investors and like hedge funds and stuff like that. Like it's not a, you know, that's capital income, which is disproportionately rich people income. Like, news for you there, buddy. Second of all, when you say relying on it, obviously there are other issues with issuing debt, right? With issuing too much debt, like that raises interest rates, and that's probably going to decrease growth. That drains national savings, which is probably going to decrease growth, right? That, you know, that there are other concerns with deficit spending other than just there are, you know, or I should say there are concerns with deficit spending, just as there are with taxes. It's just half the objection. What's the other half of objections to VAT and income taxes, I guess? Which income taxes don't even you don't pay like income tax until you make over like 20,000, right? Isn't that basically what a standard deduction is? $14,000 had a household, 21,000, 29,000 for joint filing. If there was a nationwide VAT, would they be on top of sales taxes? Talking to me or Grand Designs? I mean, I think in my optimal system, we probably just wouldn't have state sales taxes, and we just have a like federal VAT, and then we'd you know, get rid of all these stupid state programs and, you know, do federal for, like, I don't know. I mean, states, I guess, what do states need money for? What do states do with their money? You know, I don't know. I feel like states don't do much with their money. Like they probably fund like half of their roads, maybe. I don't know, but you know, I don't want to say most. A lot of state roads are still like funded with federal government money, right? But I guess like firefighters and stuff, you can subsidize that federally. I don't know. Can focus on writing a lot of eating now. Okay. More detailed breakdowns available from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. The New York Times has found similar numbers in the House version of the bill. Why are we citing more perfect union? What the hell? A lot of people are mad about the budget bill for many reasons: the health insurance cutoffs, the huge cost of scientific research, and crazy energy policies, and so on. Which, by the way, I should have an energy policy thing as well. We'll look at that. And then I don't know if there's much to add other than, what's up, Nemato? Welcome to the stream. Other than just like how much, like, you know, NIH grants are reduced or something here, so we're getting a smaller one. What a great platform Twitch is. It's on Docs Viewer, and it should have gone thread on live. Gotta love Twitch moderate. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. Can I even show it on Twitch? I feel like I get banned for watching it on Twitch. I didn't see much of it, but it looked pretty like it looked like the chatter like was a like piece of shit or whatever. But like, you know, I don't think it's I still think most ordinary people would get banned. But yeah, it's crazy and heavy against TOS. Yeah, what did Hassan do? Basically, like one of his chatters basically was like, "Oh, fucking hang Mom Donnie, kill all communists" or something. And Hassan like pulled up his show it. I don't want. I feel like I get banned. If someone links me something, I can't. I don't know. I don't even know what to search to find it. I don't know if there's a YouTube video about it yet or anything. Basically, Hassan like pulled up the chatter and then like I think found his YouTube channel or whatever, and then started holding to be fair, a fake gun. I think it was an airsoft gun. Doing some unhinged shit. I don't know, like I think there's a doomsday clock, and his channel would implode. I don't even know. Hassan docs. Will peace go to Hassan? Maybe, man. Maybe, I don't know. Free speech.
Stop Zoran Mamdani from becoming the mayor. What would your message to them be?
Tectone made a video about
My message would be
Open Press, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh, you found his account?
Today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your smart.
Oh my god.
Wait, this is the guy?
First thing we want to do is download the YouTube VPN app, which we can do through the first link in the description.
What are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's hang Hassan and Mum.
Like you're showing his YouTube channel on stream and telling your viewers, "Let's do a crusade." While holding
for treason, he says.
Gun. That seems like there's no way that's not against TOS, right?
What are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do? You skinny bitch, ugly ass. That's not him. It's this. Oh, it's even worse. Oh my god. Does he even show his face in it?
Ping for US
showing his
servers.
face in stream and branding. I also think like that. Like, do we think his viewers are not gonna go like flood this guy's comment section with like threats? Like,
Kind of high, or there is.
Oh no, it's even worse. It's even worse. Guess who he's a fan of? Awesome. First time catching him on Lamau, the infamous chat.
No US server, so
it's just the same clip.
Ugly.
Oh, it's a little longer.
Is
Instant ban is anyone who assaults times, but does nothing when he docks his rather than firearm, live, yeah, whatever. Joe Rogan on left gives off the most soy energy. Real. Okay, it's time. The Republicans control both the presidency and Congress. They pass a massive tax cut. Although I'm going to call BBB. Spending cuts as well. Tax cuts dominate. See Paul Krugman's piece? I believe I have it linked, but I haven't read it. Oh, it should be linked here. I think I saved it in my Discord chat. Not in my Notion. Or I didn't. Don't have a nice graph. If viewer plead emotional distress from that, could it hurt Hassan or not? Probably not much. What do you mean by hurt? I mean, I think you're gonna. I doubt Twitch would do anything. I doubt most of his fans would care. I think this is just from the. This. These new tax cuts will require a staggering amount of government debt. Even with all the money the budget bill will cover Medicaid, energy, and so on, the Senate will add an estimated $3.9 trillion to the federal debt over the next decade. Federal debt is already on unsustainable path, but will get much worse after big tax cut. We'll add an estimated 3.9 trillion. To debt over 10 years. Federal spending or federal debt is already on an unsustainable path. In fact, that's a low estimate. The truth is probably much worse, as the Committee for Responsible Budget points out. Trump's bill pretends that some of the tax cuts will expire in the future, when they will in fact probably be made permanent. That would raise the debt cost of the bill by an additional $1 trillion and more. This assumes the temporary tax cuts will expire. However, they will likely be made permanent later on. Look at that spelling. Wow, good one. Non-fun. That adds at least another $1 trillion. We just need to pause democracy for 10 years and just put Ben Bernanke in charge to fix some shit before the kids can play politics here. That's what I'm saying. Central banker fucking technocracy, bro. What is the point of borrowing more money? Hold on. Let me just highlight this. What if one of our money cut taxes every time they do this? Republicans are going to tax us with supercharged economic growth, so much that'll pay for themselves and actually reduce the deficit. And if you look at the White House website, you can still find them making that claim. Myth: the one big budget bill increases the deficit. Fact: the one big budget beautiful bill. I keep saying budget bill. Beautiful bill reduces the deficit by over $2 trillion. How the fuck do you get to $2 trillion? I thought their claim was like 500 billion deficit reduction. How do you which is already insane. How do you 4x an already insane claim? By increasing economic growth and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse across government programs at an unprecedented rate. President Trump's pro-growth economic formula will reduce the deficit. Myth: but the CBO says. Fact: the crooked budget office has a terrible record with its predictions and hasn't earned. I think it was basically right about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with its predictions and hasn't earned the attention the media gives it. The CBO misreads economic consequences of not extending the Trump tax cuts. The one big beautiful bill delivers real savings that will unleash our economy and prevent the largest tax hike in history, resulting in historic prosperity while lowering the debt burden. In the 1980s, you could probably find a few economists who actually believe tax cuts were themselves. Nowadays, no one really thinks that's true. Every big tax cut since Reagan has increased the federal debt. In fact, Trump's 2017 tax cuts were better in this regard than most. Economists generally agree that corporate taxes are harmful to the economy, and that personal income taxes more harmful than personal income taxes. So when Trump cut the corporate tax rate, some were optimistic, but Trump's first tax cut did spur a bit of growth, as these people find that it only offset a tiny amount deficit that the tax created. Domestic investment firms with the mean tax change increases 20% versus non-change baseline due to novel foreign incentives. Foreign capital U.S. multinationals rises substantially. These incentives also boost domestic investment, indicating complementarity between domestic and foreign capital. Well, that's great. In the model, the long-run effect of domestic capital in general equilibrium is 7%, and the tax revenue feedback from growth offsets only 2 pp percentage points of the direct cost at a 41% tax cuts and Jobs Act corporate revenue. Is it percentage points? Yes, okay, thanks. Republicans still claim that tax cuts pay for themselves. Which, by the way, even the Reagan tax cuts is kind of disputable, because I think, obviously, the monetary policy during Reagan's term plays a role as well, but truth nuke. Guys, look, when it's blue, it's not as bad. But it hasn't been true. For every tax cut, there's always numerous variables. That is true. I always spell Reagan wrong. The Tax Cuts Jobs Act did spur some growth, but found it was not enough to offset. This time around, things are likely to be even worse because long-term interest rates in the 2010s, for reasons we don't entirely understand, America was still in a disinflationary regime where the Fed could and did keep interest rates at zero without causing inflation. ZERP meant that big deficits didn't push up interest rates. Since the pandemic, however, America has been in an inflationary regime where the Fed has to keep interest rates around 4 to 5% to prevent inflation from rising. In other words, it looks like interest rates have normalized, and that means there are probably no more free lunches. There's basically 3 ways increased debt can make long-term interest rates rise. This time will likely be worse because borrowing will raise long-term interest rates. Unlike the ZERP era. There are three main ways this happens. I think I'm going to make this blue. First, more government borrowing can increase inflation. People may assume the government will print money to help pay off debt in the future. This becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where businesses raise prices in order to get ahead of inflation, thus causing the very inflation they feared. In this case, the Fed will have to hike short-term rates in order to squash inflation, and raising short-term rates causes long-term interest rates to rise as well. People may assume the government will print more money. Pay off its debt. This raises inflation expectations. Rating a self-fulfilling prophecy, which requires the Fed to raise short-term rates. In turn, raising long-term rates. 2. Higher deficits can crowd out private investment. If banks and bond investors only have a limited amount to invest, then higher government debt can starve the private sector of capital, forcing everyone to pay higher interest rates to borrow. This can crowd out private investments. What? Me when crowding. Don't you have Corporate okay, are you still here? What's the MMT hate for crowding out? I'm loving all of it. I'm enjoying watching Trump. This Trump thing, USA is literally heading towards debt default. I don't think that's going to, first of all, I don't even think it's constitutional to default. But I don't think we're really going to, I doubt we're going to default. Although Trump would be the person to do that. Trump has talked about doing that. And the right wingers led the bill. True. Extra taxes, it's going to get more expensive. What? I don't know what you're trying to say. MT hate for crowding out is because you actually crowd in public. Yeah, actually crowding because the public deficit is a private surplus. Okay. Almost 40 trillion now. Yeah, but that's that's not like that. That's like 120 something % debt to GDP, which is not that's high, but not insanely high, right? To invest. Government borrowing. Force everyone to pay higher interest rates. Just thinking, I know that. Finally, higher deficit can introduce a default risk premium to long-term interest rates. Obviously, investors may assume the government's reckless borrowing is a sign that it doesn't take its own future solvency seriously. At that point, they may start charging U.S. government a premium to borrow money. If that happens, private businesses have to pay higher rates too. Higher deficits. Zorhan supported the uncommitted movement. I will not vote for him. Do you live in New York? Easy money? That is honestly like the worst. Probably the worst thing about Zorhan. I expect, like, if I am willing, I do, not that he ever could have known that this was going to happen in the future, right? But, I don't live in New York, but pretend I do for land. I expect that, like, if I'm going to suck it up and vote for this socialist dude, okay, this DSA candidate, you should suck it up and vote for Kamala, okay? You should suck it up and vote for my normie dem, okay? Please vote for my fucking normie milquetoast dem, okay? Not that, Kamala is, like, decently progressive, but you get my point. Just premiums. Missing the word. Default. Stock market at record highs today, though. Weirdly, well, like I said, it does include. I should look this up while we're doing this. One of you might know. Does it actually decrease corporate taxes, or does it just extend the corporate tax, the temporary corporate tax decrease of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? I know it has full expensing, so like I don't know. Expand new tax cuts. Okay, what tax cuts? Hold on, it should be in this. Is it only looking at new things and not the extension of the other things? Because it should. Maybe it's business. Misspelling business, yeah. Business income deduction. Make the 20% income deduction permanent. Expand business interest deduction. As long as stocks are doing well, I'm happy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, hold on. I totally forgot I was explaining it, right? Not that you don't know it, but like, obviously, like mechanistically, if you cut corporate taxes, you're increasing the future cash flows of corporations, right? You're increasing the future after tax profit of corporations. So like, you're obviously gonna see that. But name a single good idea Zoran has. I don't hate free buses. I don't hate that. I think that could be good. I'm not like super convinced one way or the other. The childcare, okay. Free bus does sound decent, yeah. I think I'm not convinced that in-kind childcare benefits are better than like just cash transfers, just like a universal like cash transfer for people with children. But like could be good. Could be good. A free bus at a stall in a supermarket, hell yeah. What percentage of the government's yearly budget should interest payment be to be a sustainable budget? I don't know. I don't. It's probably case dependent on what else you're spending your money on and how much your GDP is. But I don't like. Probably depends on how old your population is too. But I don't know. I mean, probably. Probably not more than 30% ever. But I don't know. People assume the government may be unable to repay say in the future and still demand higher returns. The Yale Budget Lab thus predicts that Trump's $1 budget bill will cause long-term interest rates to rise. This would hurt U.S. economic growth since high interest rates make it harder for companies to borrow, invest, and grow. Long-term rates to rise. In turn, making it harder for companies to borrow and invest. Hurting growth. A 3% lower GDP is only a small hit to growth, but it's actually in the wrong direction. Instead, Trump's new tax cuts, paying for themselves, don't actually make themselves slightly harder to pay for. And increased rates will also put the U.S. government in a more perilous fiscal position, forcing it to borrow more, just to service its debt in the future. This line is only going to go higher. So without anyone in the administration or the GOP still believes to all line, the tax cuts pay for themselves. If choosing economic growth isn't actually the point, then why is the GOP running up government deficits in order to cut taxes by trillions of dollars? Essentially, they're promising a tax tomorrow's taxpayers, whether it be higher taxes, inflation, or sovereign default, in order to give today's taxpayers a rebate. Why would they do that? I can think of a number of reasons, none of them very encouraging about the state of our nation. The GOP might simply have an eye on the electoral cycle, hoping to hand out goodies in order to secure donor base and shore up support among wealthy voters who have been deflecting to Democrats in recent elections. They might think that a short-term Keynesian stimulus for tax cuts might outweigh the long-term long-term economic drive for a couple of years, allowing them to do better in 2026 midterms or the 2028 presidential election. The darkest possibility is that some Republican leaders think that America is effectively a walking corpse of a nation. The future is not white and non-Christian, and therefore Republicans might as well simply raid and scavenge as much as they can before America turns into South Africa. Truth nuke. But it's probably too dark. I think the most likely explanation is that Republicans and their existing donor base simply want the money. The U.S. electoral obsession with culture wars gives elites an opening to simply raid the U.S. Treasury without suffering major consequences. Few people really like the budget bill, and the public will probably realize the bill is an engine of upward redistribution. What is the link for this? But maybe the GOP thinks that when the next election comes around, they'll grumbly ignore bread and butter issues and vote based on immigration, DI, trans issues, or whatever the current culture war happens to be. In any case, Americans simply can't afford to keep giving big tax cuts to rich people. The government is already running massive deficits, paying an increasing interest bill on its existing stock of debt. On top of that, the aging aging of the U.S. population means that Medicaid and to a lesser extent Social Security is going to end up costing more over the next 3 decades. All this means the U.S. has to both raise taxes and cut spending in order to maintain sovereignty and keep interest rates down. Interest costs down, sorry. The Medicaid cuts that the Republicans are enacting are cruel, but unless this is not meaningful to me. One, the MTA has a $3 billion shortfall. Yeah, but just raise taxes. But I don't like Sauron's tax policy, to be clear. But like, just raise taxes. Just like, hey, I don't hate the idea of a free bus line if it's funded by good taxes. To be clear, right? Like, yeah. I mean, this could still probably be a net benefit if funded by not horrible but still suboptimal taxes, obviously. But 2 places that have free buses have crap transit. Where are you talking about, in America or internationally? I mean, I don't know. America has bad transit everywhere. 3 voters want faster buses, way more than free buses. That's probably true. But I mean, I don't know. And if it's government-run buses, I don't know if there's necessarily always a trade-off there. But expanding service or less wait times is more valuable. It probably could be. I mean, I guess if you, I guess there's an opportunity cost to spending to make the buses free instead of faster. But raises taxes to 100%. True. Truth nuke. Buses could be converted to get part of it off for paid seats, but with more comfort. I really do not think that is in the top 10 list of issues with the New York MTA, but okay, yeah. I don't know, unironically, like, I think the best argument for paid buses is like literally is just like, as sort of as evil as it sounds, okay, is like you probably don't want homeless people riding the bus just because that'll make other people not want to ride the bus, right? Like, they're obviously more, okay, I'm not that cruel to homeless people, okay, build more housing, have social housing, even have housing shelters, obviously, but like, the DMV transit is pretty good, is it? I don't know how to use it, but but you probably, I mean, New York's already got a lot of crazy people in it, but probably just don't want that to happen. Okay. Charging fares, be getting tax revenue creates stronger incentive for people to keep costs low and prioritize higher WTP projects. What is WTP? I don't know why necessarily it would provide a stronger incentive to willingness to pay. Oh, sure. Oh, well, I guess that. I agree with that. The last part, then, probably. Can you elaborate on the first part? Creates a stronger incentive to keep costs low. I mean, I feel like either way, if they don't have to, if the MTA doesn't have to be solvent and respond to profit and losses, I feel like either way, you're probably not going to have that strong of incentive to keep costs low beyond it's just what the government internally has like guidelines for and stuff. Running buses costs a malleable amount of money, and we don't know riders' willingness to pay. That I think I agree with, yeah. But getting Medicare cuts are cruel, but unless our government comes up with some way to control health costs much more efficiently than ever before, something along those general lines will eventually be necessary. There just isn't much else that the government spends a lot of money on. Defense spending has been cut to the bone, even as foreign threats proliferate. Truth nuke. So health spending was always going to have to be cut. And even if the poor could have been spared the brunt of those cuts, it's always going to hurt the middle class. That's bad. The way to make that bargain seem fair is to tax the rich. In the 1990s, Bill Clinton hacked taxes on the rich and managed to raise federal revenue from 16.7% in GDP of GDP in 1992 to 19% of GDP by 1998. The real problem is that you have to keep the riffraff off the bus. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. It should be really at least $20 to keep the bus and subway at a price at about the opportunity cost versus walking for wage cuts. True. The real solution is just build more density, and then you don't need buses because everything is walkable. Okay, that's the real solution. Okay, we need free elevator rides up and down the building that you can live in your entire life because. One floor is apartments, one floor is grocery stores, and the other floor is what else do you need? A restaurant, maybe a laundromat, I guess. I mean, you can have that in your apartment even, but a washer and dryer. I mean, obviously, not an entire laundromat. For what? To look at food? Yeah. Okay. Pay for buses by higher congestion pricing. Well, that's true. We were chatting in my server. We came up with this brilliant idea, okay? Universal basic Ozempic, okay? Funded by a sugar tax and an animal products tax. Why am I looking up bunny system? I don't know why I typed in system. Cube to cube transit system, true. Alright, apparently I have to go look at food. Sugar taxes is so base, true. I don't know what that means, but this is here. Oh, don't copy strike me. Fuck. Free Palestine, so true, Tom. Cracks, welcome back. But yeah, Ozempic funded by animal products taxes and sugar taxes. Although, we were talking about too how one a universal basic Ozempic would be good, just because people, if like, think about like if like 80% of obese Americans got on Ozempic, right, and like a third of Americans are obese, that would have like a decent size impact on the demand for meat, right? Like that would like have a pretty decent impact on animal suffering, like a good impact on it, reducing it. Although to be fair, obviously, as demand for animal products fall, your tax base would also fall. But you can do other taxes too, I guess. UK unironically wants to be fat-free by 2035 by giving Islamic people based. I mean, it's just like such a. I mean, fat people just like, it's not good to be fat. And you raise healthcare premiums, okay, and like you can reduce a lot of health spending. You can live longer. You can do so many cool things if you just give people like free Ozempic. Like why? Like that's just so cool. Anyway, enjoy the bunny video. Non-fan, true. Let's talk about wanting to live in a world where they are the right wing. Non-fan wants a world where he is considered fat. That is true. That is true. Version will be fat-free in decades with more given access to fat chaps to save NHS cash. It's so based. There was TikTok discourse about the colors of the 4th of July nails. You should talk about it on stream. What are the opposing sides? This looks vaguely correct to me. Like, I don't know, like, what else you would do. I mean, I guess you just have alternating red, white, and blue. I don't know. Also, W's in a chat for Mom Coffin. Okay, she wanted me to go get her some food she made. I don't know what this is. Some beans and tomato sauce with some vegan cheese. So W's in chat for Mom Fawn. Red, white, and black doesn't look black. I mean, it's like navy blue, but what am I checking in Discord? Zorhan scandal broken by race realist. New York Times just reported on a story that using hack data from Colombia, we found that Zorhan Madami claimed to be black when he applied to Colombia, despite his fake race. And the fact that he listened to his father, a professor there on his application, he was rejected. Damn. Let's go, my man. Shout out to Mom Font. Thank you. W's in chat. She'll be so appreciative. Chad Donnie fighting against the eye. True. I honestly think the what I found out recently. I don't think it was. I thought it was the New York Times that reported on this first. It might not have been. The fact that you know, how Zorhan says like, oh, you know, I'm gonna do these city-owned grocery stores, but you know, the funding from them is gonna be taken from our current like Fresh program. That was based on not the subsidy money, but how much the grocery stores had invested. So like New York City like only paid out something like it was like 20 million or something. It might have been less than 20 million even. But that, you know, those subsidies had like caused $140 million worth of investment from those grocery stores. But that's private money. That's private grocery store money, right? That's not money that New York City has. So that was like the big that was something kind of crazy. Kind of changes how I feel about that policy quite a bit, because you know I didn't like city-owned grocery stores in the first place, but I was like, you know, like people are overreacting, you know, like it's just taking money from some other stupid program. You know, is Muslim Mondami more likely to be deported? Definitely Mondami. I feel like, or well, I don't, to be clear, I don't think any of them would actually be deported, but 13K, literally nothing, not a real piece. What? Oh, more than 13,000. That's what you mean. Okay, yeah. Wow. Although 50,000 to a super PAC backing him though, so much more. Nothing burger. I mean, I just got linked this, but yeah. Thor identifies as African American like Elon. It's true. Melina gave Baron Trump a thick accent. Well, he had a thick accent on the like suitcase video, but like he doesn't sound that way anymore. He sounds like a pretty normal dude now. We have like one video of him speaking when he's not a child. How is New York so fucked that the choices between Mamdani, who has cringe policy, and also apparently not the best character. If he lied on his college thing about being black, which I think is less bad than Cuomo's and Eric Adams' character, but versus Cuomo, who doesn't have particularly good policy either. Although I've done less research on his policy. Versus, and it's also a horrible character, right? And then also Eric Adams, who is like horribly corrupt. How do we do this? I think I might actually put money in Eric Adams, by the way, because I do genuinely believe democracy tends towards the dumbest outcome. The dumbest possible outcome, I think, is Eric Adams winning re-election. Eric Adams has decent to good policy. I don't know enough about Eric Adams' policy. From what I saw, it's basically a pretty normal Democrat dude until the corruption scandal. Did his policy? I don't know if his policy changed at all, or if his rhetoric just changed after the indictment. He started like speaking as a MAGA dude after that indictment, but I that could have just been like rhetoric. That might not be actual policy change. He supported the city, yes, so he's good enough. Okay. The 1990s, Bill Clinton hacked tax and raised minutes raised federal revenue 16 to 90% of GDP. Oh, this is a Wikipedia page. 2.3% of GDP might not sound like a lot, but today that would be $609 billion a year, or $6.9 trillion over the decade. The rich didn't even get particularly mad about this, and it ended up making Clinton's fiscal austerity a lot more palatable masses because people knew the rich were paying their fair share to help bring the deficit down. And yet, somewhere in the years since Clinton, Democrats have lost their appetite for taxing the rich. Obama taxed the rich a little. Biden did only a token amount. The U.S. went from having one fiscally responsible party in the 1990s to having zero fiscally responsible parties. The debt soared under Obama, soared again under Trump's first term, and then soared again under Biden. If politicians keep getting rewarded for blowout deficits, massive healthcare spending increases, and taxes for the rich, the government insolvency will eventually be called into question. We don't know when exactly will happen, but the amount of fiscal irresponsibility that the bond market investors will be willing to tolerate is not infinite. There are lots of things the American government can no longer afford. One of those things is taxes for the rich. Update, why am I only saying raise taxes on the rich instead of raise taxes on the middle class? Commentator Dan writes, pleasant reality is that neither party wants to contemplate is that we don't. Sorry, she can't fucking speak. We don't just need to raise taxes and cut spending. We need to raise taxes on the middle class and significantly cut spending. America is already one of the most deeply progressive tax systems in the world. There are a lot of loopholes, and we can and should close to prevent the ultra rich from paying less than their fair share. I favor eliminating preferential capital gains tax screens, eliminating step-up basis. Good, fine. Taxing unrealized gains, use as collateral to secure loans, creates and significantly consumption tax does this by default, basically, because if you consume the loan, then you're taxed. And significantly reducing inheritance tax exemptions myself. I mean, that's probably good. But there just aren't. What are the inheritance tax exemptions? Fine with raising the inheritance tax, but there aren't enough ultra rich to tax to plug the budget gaps, and they're already paying significantly outsized share of the taxes relative to the percentage of total national income. They should just call him an amateur race scientist. Real. NYT calling Crimex an academic opponent of affirmative action. Lol. Who made this statement? What the quote I'm reading right now? It's just it's random person, just a commenter on this blog post. People often idolize the welfare state in Northern Europe while neglecting to notice that those welfare states are not paid for with punitive taxes for the rich, but rather by taxes in the middle class. Truth nuke, though, are close to double what Americans pay. We've been living beyond our means as a nation for some time now, and the bill is coming due. And both parties are simply hoping the other one is forced to answer the door when the debt collectors come knocking. Failed race scientist who sexually identifies as this French woman. I don't know how much lore this person has behind them, but for their healthcare takes are good. That's all I care about. Dan is absolutely right that if America wanted to have a welfare state like a European country, the lore is amazing, then we should have to raise taxes in the middle class, ideally through a VAT. But America does not have a European-style welfare state. We have a welfare state, but it's focused mostly on the poor with highly targeted benefits. European countries, in contrast, provide broad, less targeted services towards the middle class and poor. That's why Europe's government spending tends to be higher than America's by about 8 to 12% of GDP, a really big gap. Yes, if we want to be like Europe, we're going to need big middle-class tax hikes. Progressives like Bernie Sanders don't seem to understand this yet, but it's true. But America needs what America needs now is austerity. Before we decide whether we want a European-style welfare state, we must just get our fiscal house in order. That will involve painful spending cuts, especially to healthcare. Those cuts will fall heaviest in middle class. To ask middle class Americans to pay higher taxes on top of those benefit cuts would be both unfair and practically impossible. Hence, for the sake of austerity, we need higher taxes on the rich. I'm absolutely looking forward to paying my fair share of that. Wow, based. Okay. No, it's Mr. Advocate for fascism. That's true. What the hell? Real quick. Who do I like more, Wick or Soy Pill? I just want to see what's happening.
Leaders of the international community to intervene.
Actually, you know who I like the most? Loner Box.
Which is why I think, to me, I think it's always better just to go with case-by-case examples, because it's like you were saying earlier as well when you were talking about, it felt like you were kind of going a little bit fast and loose between regime change. It would make me the international.
What we do is go, you know what? It's Tuesday afternoon. I think it's time to kind of, these guys have been at it for a long time, and now it's time. They find.
By the way, these streamers should be using my plugin, which lets you change the color of the Discord background, okay, to a keyable color. That way you can remove the background and you can place people's webcams
Answer to what Lunderbox is saying.
on a layer above the chat. So you'd still be able to see these bottom two chats here, like half of this chat. You'd be able to see like that chat, but you wouldn't have it covering these people's faces. We need hope for 20+% AI-driven GDP growth for Trump's claim to be true. I know. Dude, that'd be like actually, dude, imagine the, well, I was there, like, imagine the, like, Trump getting bailed out like that and voters not realizing that it was not at all Trump's responsible for that. But, I don't know if people care either way. I've always had to be cut. But a way to mitigate the cost is by raising taxes on the rich. In terms of Hey, GDP. That'd be 690 billion each year. Or 6.9 trillion. A decade. I was gonna sneeze, but I didn't. Fuck. Okay, yeah, Trump says he feels like he has more power in his second term compared to his first. I mean, that's what happens when you bring executive agencies under your control. And declare a bunch of emergencies to use emergency powers. Must be true. I believe what the opposite of whatever Ismoglo says is true. Okay, I think this is the non-fawn note-taking strategy, okay? As we read the blog post, and then the blog post give me links of what to add for my own notes. As well as obviously being informative on their own. It's okay, according to Scott Alexander, will have AGI by at least 2027 and possibly take over by 2030. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, I saw Scott Sumner did an interview about AI.
Humanity. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Because even if
I didn't watch most of this, but I skimmed through it.
Fortunately, I think everything you're saying can ultimately be traced down to human nature.
I think his takes on AI are kind of naive, Scott Sumner's. I really don't know what they are.
that. So
Yeah, we do this. How about if I walk you through some of the main claims of why I personally think that humanity has a high chance of being doomed in the very near future, and then you can just tell me where you get off what I call the doom train.
Right, and one final point. I didn't really address the doom issue. I was sort of addressing the economic aspect. For the doom issue, I think there's not enough knowledge among economists to really have informed opinions on that because it's so far outside of our area of expertise. So I've read arguments pro and con, but I find it very difficult as an outsider to evaluate them because I don't really have any kind of framework for thinking about what's likely to happen. So I'd be very interested in hearing from you a sort of like intuitive argument for why we would expect it to be that dangerous.
Okay, coming right up. You can break it down into two high-level
Economists too low IQ to have a P doom. That is true. That is true.
parts. So part one is basically super intelligent AI is coming soon. And then part two is the consequences of that seem really bad. So which one should we double click on?
Well, first, why don't you convince me that the superintelligence is coming soon? I guess I have trouble understanding how we could be confident.
Okay. On a campaign trail, 2024, Trump pledged to improve economic conditions, working class. My plan massively cut taxes of workers. Trump declared in Raleigh, North Carolina. That's where I don't live in Raleigh, but that's my state. According to Kevin Hassett, the director of the White House National Economic Council, Trump directed Republican lawmakers to go after the things that are going to help middle-class folks. Trump's economic plans are now codified in the Republican reconciliation bill, which Trump calls his one big, beautiful bill. Trump is urging Congress to approve it quickly. The bill does cut taxes. I thought Scott Sumner interviews a literal retard would be better. Based. Only high can people like that dude can have one. I have no clue that guy. This is a nonsense name. Trump's bill does cut taxes, but those taxes those tax cuts are partially offset by steep cuts to healthcare programs and a social safety net. How does the combination of these policies impact the worker? The nonpartisan Wharton budget model provided the first comprehensive analysis last Friday. Okay, Trump's budget bill. Big beautiful bill cuts taxes. Partially offset by spending cuts. Estimates the Avon, do you think? Sorry, do you know if the Big Beautiful Bill has Medicaid block grants? I don't know actually. Changes. Penn Wharton budget model finds that people who make less than $51,000 will see their after-tax income decrease. Meanwhile, the top 0.1% will see their incomes increase by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why are we looking at the absolute and not the relative? Kill me, kill me, kill me. Finally, the rich are getting their fair share. True. After-tax incomes decrease. This is not a. Oh, this is an interactive thing. It's not a picture. Oh, geez, the micrograph. I know it is a micrograph. Does this does analysis include tariffs? By the way, I mean tariffs would probably make it worse. But I don't know if it. I don't think it even includes them. Okay, this is not what I wanted. Where's like the methodology? I want to see. Does it not even show they got to show their methodology somewhere. Over time, the impact of working class Americans gets worse. By 2030, those in the bottom quartile see their after-tax income reduced by $1,400. In essence, Republicans are offsetting huge taxes for the wealthy by raising taxes on the poor. For example, the bill makes it harder for many Americans to qualify for tax credits that make health insurance more affordable. And let me highlight. Bill also slashes millions from programs that provided transfer incomes to the working class and poor, including housing subsidies, SNAP, low income home energy assistance program. Are there any dynamic estimates on this? On the deficit? I know there are dynamic estimates of the deficit impact. I don't know about on the distributional effects. I believe both the Yale Budget Lab and the Tax Foundation have a dynamic assessment of the or dynamic estimate of the deficit impact. I don't know about the distributional effects. Although, hold on, it says by 2030, Illinois bottom quartile will see their after-tax income reduced by it's worse over time. So presumably this is dynamic. For tax credits, let's say health insurance. Has cuts for transfer programs, and Medicaid. Now this all highlights the policies touted by Trump on the campaign trail as a boom for the working class, have a relatively small impact. The bill estimates taxes on tips for eliminates taxes on tips for many workers until 2028, but many workers in the tip profession already do not earn enough to pay federal income taxes. It is also temporarily eliminates the taxes and overtime pay, but many workers do not receive overtime pay. For those that do, it is often a small percentage of their income. While these policies are popular, they are more than offset by a massive tax cuts, massive cuts to healthcare subsidies and other aspects of the social safety net. So it does include tax and chips, overtime pay till 2028. Those affect few workers. What the hell? Why is it doing that? It's sure when I hit Control V. Not. It should just automatically insert it. Okay, I guess I. Oh no, it's Control. Hold on. Oh no, Control K is the shortcut to bring up that, but it should. Whatever. Okay, adding an extra step, I guess. Millions will lose health insurance. Oh shit! Thanks, Kyle, for the sub.
Diddy would have gotten all 5 charges if Kamala was president.
That's true. That's true. Trump letting Diddy walk free from what 3 out of 5 charges. I think he was only found guilty on 2. That's true. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Should federal government pay subsidies to states for high-speed rail building? Probably. Well, I mean, if I don't know. I don't know if I don't know why federal government necessarily has to give subsidies to states when the federal government could just build it itself, right? I mean, like, if federal tax dollars are going to build it, I think it should be owned by the federal government, right? And then if it collects revenue, that goes to the federal government because they built it. Okay, issues with the bill go beyond a reduction in income for those who can afford it. According to analysis by the CBO, millions of people lose their health insurance. First reconciliation bill will codify. I think this is, I mean, I've seen this, yeah. Codify recent rule proposed by Trump administration that would make it harder to receive coverage through the ACA marketplace. For example, there's currently an annual enrollment period from November 1st to January 15th. The bill would shorten the enrollment period by 1 month, making it more difficult for people to apply. Those and other changes would increase the number of uninsured people by about 1.8 million per year, but it's the same link, right? Oh, no. CBO estimates that 13 point. We'll lose health insurance. To the bill. Bill reduces the open enrollment period. Do we know if the Treasury still has found that magic money machine? Listen, like the magic money machines are almost certainly real, right? I mean, like, I'm sure there's no I don't think there's no reason to shut it down because I like that is unironically probably like just how a lot of government spending works. Okay, don't confuse me for Copeland okay here being an MMTer, but like I like. Is to send one to DHS, true. Send one only to get rid of all of them except for I was trying to think of something funny. I was gonna say, or not funny, but like the best government agency. But I was gonna say like the FDIC, but unironically, like the FDIC are like the money, the money printers, right? I mean, I guess they, technically the FDIC alone doesn't have the money printers, but like, they, if they need it, they just call up the Fed and say, hey, print us some money. Rule changes. By Trump. That make it harder. Americans to receive ACA coverage. For example, the open enrollment window is shortened. The changes are estimated to increase the number of uninsured people by about 1.8 million by the year 2030. Bill attempts to slash spending in Medicaid and imposes work requirements that will eliminate coverage of people unable to find work who fail to provide proof of employment. Bill would require states to deny coverage of people applying for Medicaid if they're not already working or participating in another qualifying activity at least 80 hours per month, as well as terminate Medicaid for people already enrolled if they cannot document that they are meeting work requirements. There are exemptions for caregivers of dependent children, people with disabilities, people who are pregnant, and a few other groups. While this sounds straightforward, in practice, similar policies implemented at state level have excluded people who work or should qualify for an exemption, but nevertheless lose coverage due to red tape. It would reduce Medicaid matching funds for any state that covers immigrants with state funds, even immigrants who are in the country legally. Okay, it would impose a variety of new bureaucratic requirements for people to prove that they are eligible for Medicaid. All told, these changes would increase the number of people without health insurance by 7.7 million by 2034. Just so bums and non-citizens are getting the boot. No, the biggest problem with the first of all, this first change has nothing to do with bums or non-citizens. Second of all, the second change, states have imposed work requirements on Medicaid before. We know the effects of it. It's not like most of the decline you see in Medicaid enrollment is not because it's not because it's not the people who aren't working. It's the people who are working or qualify for an exemption because they're disabled or whatever, but simply don't provide proof of insurance in time or employment in time, or fall through the cracks some other way because of the administrative burden. We know that is the case. And like, look, there just aren't that many people. There just are not that many people who are not working on Medicaid anyway. Look, it's not gonna obviously you're not gonna save money or any significant amount of money from Medicaid unless the work requirements kick off people who are working or qualify for an exemption. Oh, and also it's not illegal immigrants. It's any immigrants. And obviously illegal. I mean, even illegal immigrants can pay taxes, but obviously legal immigrants are paying payroll taxes in the Medicaid. So I don't know why we're excluding them, but all right. Big beautiful bill, passed, planned, trusted, patriots vindicated. So true. I'm just a guy online. You're a possible ban evader. I'm actually an impossible innovator. So people who aren't citizens of the country don't get free health care from working. Citizens who have to, again, these people are working and pay into Medicaid. and like, I'm presumably, a lot of legal immigrants can, buy private plans. But actually, I don't know. Well, I'm guessing there are a decent number of insurance providers that work with legal immigrants. I don't actually know how hard it is to get insurance if you're not a citizen, but permanent status or whatever. I'm working and pay into and still have to pay for my health care. Well, yeah. What are you on Medicaid? Medicaid exists for poor people, right? So unless you're like broke, yeah, that's kind of how it works. It's a program for the poor. Well, mostly for the poor. My dumbass son just sits at home all day, plays his Xbox, and gets needless surgeries with Medicaid. That's another thing as well. The able-bodied men on Medicaid who aren't working are not the driver of healthcare costs. They don't use much healthcare. The people who use Medicaid and are the expensive ones are there people who aren't working, or are there people who are not able-bodied? Like, they're disabled people. Like, they're the people that are actually going to get fucking kicked off. I thought Medicare was for elderly. Medicare is for elderly people. Aid is for poor people, or people that are disabled. Wouldn't it become a handout for bums and non-citizens? I don't think you're listening to anything I'm saying, but okay. Dues. Medicaid matching funds for any states that cover immigrants, even legal ones. Although the changes result in, is this the same KFF thing? Yeah. Finally, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, the Biden administration extended enhanced premium credits under the ACA that were initially put in place during the pandemic. The reconciliation bill allows those credits to expire at the end of the year. Policy CBO projects will result in 4.2 million uninsured people. Allows enhanced ACA. Credits to expire. I'll say COVID era. They should make it illegal for health insurance to be offered as a benefit. That would fix a lot of this mess. I mean, I think you should just move to a public health system. I don't like. I mean, I agree. I don't think you should be tied to your job. I don't like employer provided health insurance. I don't know if we should ban it. We should probably stop subsidizing it, right? We should probably stop offering that as a tax credit. But I don't know. You just have a public option. It's the main reason we're in this mess. I don't know if it's the main. Well, we have a lot of messed up things. What are you considering the mess exactly? Also. Started during World War II when they fucked around with price controls and stuff. I am not. How many of those price controls are even in effect anymore? What World War II era price controls are in effect still? There's probably more than. There's probably at least some, but. Okay, exploding deficit. The cuts to health insurance and social safety net are intended to blunt the fiscal impact of Trump's tax cuts for wealthy, but the tax cuts are so large that a reconciliation bill would explode a deficit anyway. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, the reconciliation bill would add roughly $3.3 trillion to the deficit through the fiscal year. You couldn't pay your workers more money, so they started offering other benefits around. Like, I don't think that's the primary reason. First of all, what price control, even in World War II? I'm not aware of any that limited the amount that you could pay your workers. Second of all, I think the reason is because you get tax reductions for providing health insurance benefits, which it's just like an implicit subsidy. It's because it's not a. You can disagree with that. I disagree with that, but it's a subsidy. It's not like a wage control issue. U.S. government implemented wage controls and a bunch of other fascist. Can you? Okay. World War II wage controls. Fixing wages, salaries in accordance with the Act. Wages, salaries, exceptions, duties, standard living conditions. Was it wages to everyone? During the national stabilized wage paid by any United States employer. That's what I was going to say. I think it's just government employees. Although, to be fair, during World War II, I'm sure there were quite a few government employees. They also ration food. I'm aware of that. Spending cuts. Responsible budget. Estimate the bill would at roughly 3.3 trillion. Is this the Senate version? No, this is the House version. Notably, the committee responsible for federal budget does not find that spending cuts by Doge will reduce federal, but yeah, that's wow, it's crazy. Companies with a lot of employees could slash can bargain for better prices for individuals. This gradually led to the explosion in private car costs. I'm not convinced that's the biggest driver. I think a lot of it is just bubble effect. Again, that none of these wage controls are in place anymore. I think a lot of it, again, it's just that we subsidize it. I don't know why we're going back to World War II for this stuff when there are subsidies in place now for employer-provided health insurance. Seems like the more relevant factor is the thing that actually exists now. Well, it's just bubble effect. A lot of it's just that Americans demand more healthcare. We buy newer, fancier drugs compared to other countries. They get drugs later. We get higher quality drugs. We get higher quality healthcare in general. Yeah, I don't think you can find any support that the main driver of that is World War II fucking wage controls. America too die, but America too die soon for how much they spend. 100 million die every day because claims denials. That's true. That's true. That's true. Economists have never considered this. They have not. They have not. How much? Pretty short. Okay. Do readers remember the debt panic of the early Obama years? For a while, scare stories about the national debt dominated in the media. And I feel like there's a longer version. There might not be though. There's this. Put link down here. Stories about national debt dominate discussion in the media inside the Beltway. I got a lot of grief at the time for bucking that the consensus, urging people to relax about the government debt. The U.S., I argued, had lots of fiscal space, ability to run up debt without losing investor confidence, so it should focus on the importance of restoring full employment, which required running substantial deficits. These days, however, many, though not all, of the people who were screaming about the debt back then have gone quiet. Funny how that happens when there's a Republican in the White House. Yet there's much more reason to be worried about debt now than there was then. On one side, there's no longer any good economic reason to be running large deficits. On the other, America has changed in ways that have greatly reduced our fiscal space, our ability to get away with high levels of debt. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which just passed the Senate and will probably pass the House, will make things even worse. So you think health insurance companies haven't driven up the cost of healthcare? I think they have, in the sense that because we have multiple health insurance companies, there are higher administrative costs. Like administrative costs as a percentage of healthcare spending is higher in the U.S. and other countries because we have so many different insurance companies and things like that. Or had a negative impact on our healthcare. I don't know what you mean by negative impact on our healthcare. Also, I don't know how you really got that from anything I said. I don't know why. I don't think that, but before that Wage Control Act, less than 10% of Americans had health insurance. They could generally afford it. Sorry. You mean couldn't afford it? Afford healthcare, that is. I'm okay. To be clear, you think the largest driver of healthcare costs today is what exactly? Can you just specify that? I don't think you're. Americans used to be able to afford leech here. Yeah. Also, by the way, do the economists like that technology for that type of healthcare still exists? By the way, no one is offering 1950s healthcare at 1950 prices because nobody wants 1950s healthcare at 1950 prices. Nobody wants that. We spend more in healthcare, yes, but it's worth it. It's worth it. We live longer. Healthcare quality has gone up dramatically. Yeah. If people wanted 1950s healthcare at 1950s prices, there would be 1950s healthcare at 1950s prices. People don't have a choice now? What do you mean? Presumably in some cases, I'm sure there are regulations about some minimum standard of care. But I feel like you absolutely have a choice at least sometimes. But they're much more limited. Studies show individuals with employer-provided health insurance stay on the job 60% longer. 60%. That's not at all surprising to me. I don't know why you. Again, I don't like that we subsidize it. I think the bigger issue is the subsidy, and not tax credit, which or tax deduction. I think it is. I think it's a tax deduction. That's obviously the biggest issue. Premiums have greatly outpaced inflation. You don't. I never considered that. I didn't consider that premiums have outpaced inflation. I didn't know that. There's no economist has ever thought about why that is. 18-year-old on parents' health insurance, imagining the plight of the underinsured in many such cases. True. Obviously, so for one, obviously I'm familiar that premiums have greatly outpaced inflation. Obviously, I'm aware. Okay. Number one, Google Bumble effect. So, productivity in the service sector tends to grow more slowly than productivity in manufacturing and agriculture. Okay. What happens is that because because average productivity goes up as productivity in manufacturing and agriculture increase, average wages go up, but in sectors that don't see productivity growth, they have to pay higher wages, but their employees have not gotten more productive, so they raise prices. Okay, so that's number one, Bumble effect. Number two, again, quality has also greatly increased. Number 3, demand has greatly increased. America is getting older. America is getting fatter. So you have demand increasing, you have the Bamul effect, and you have quality. I don't know who you're implying is responsible for the fact that premiums have outpaced inflation, but it is certainly not primarily due to wage controls in World War II. Corporate greed in APAC, that's true, actually. Exactly. Price of code does not rise as quickly as average income. We can see by comparing relative prices, blah, 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 blah. Data shows that a relative price of healthcare rises with real income. In lower income countries, the same bundle of healthcare costs significantly less in real terms. I was merely pointing out that the wage controls in World War II started this issue, and that banning employee. Okay, so what do you think is the main issue now? Banning employees from offering healthcare as a benefit would resolve a lot of the issues. I mean, I don't know if that necessarily actually resolve that many issues. I think because you would probably. I mean, I don't know how many Americans are. They're gonna just well. I don't know how much better private insurance is for like most America. I mean, you'd obviously reduce labor market friction, which I think would be good. I don't like the labor market friction that you talked about, but I think it's a bigger deal to have people insured rather than not be insured. It would decouple healthcare from employment and reduce reduce market distortion. Well, yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, labor market friction obviously would go down, which I agree. That's the reason why it's bad. It's just that's not the primary reason that happens today. Is not at all because of wage controls of World War II. It's because we give a tax deduction to companies that provide health insurance benefits. Okay, much more reason to be worried about the debt now than there was then. On one side, there's no longer any good economic reason to be running large deficits. On the other hand, America has changed. Read that. Why was I relatively relaxed about debt back in the day? Largely because history tells us that advanced nations can normally run large debts without experiencing crises of confidence, send interest rate soaring. Look, for example, at the debt history of the UK, which ran huge deficits relative to GDP until during the Napoleonic Wars and the 2 World Wars without losing investor confidence. Why are advanced countries normally able to pull this off? First, they're normally run by serious people who don't want to try to govern on a basis of crackpot economic doctrines and will take responsible actions if necessary to stabilize their nation's debt. Second, they're competent. They have strong administrative states that can collect a lot of tax revenue if necessary. The U.S. collects 25% of GDP in taxes, but it could collect much more if it chose. Some European nations collect more than 40%. I'll take banning companies from providing a form of compensation. It's also a market distortion. That's probably true, actually. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, obviously, there are people who would prefer to take some of their compensation in healthcare benefits instead of wages. So, these factors normally lead investors to give advanced countries the benefit of the doubt, even when they run big deficits. That is, investors assume that people running countries will take action to rein in debt once the emergency justifying deficit ends, and that they will be able to take effective action because they have effective governance. And that was why I was a deficit doubt in, say, 2011. America needs to run substantial deficits to recover from the 2008 financial crisis, but I didn't think it would cause trouble down the road because we were a serious country run by serious people, easily able to do what was necessary to stabilize the debt once the economic emergency was passed. But that, as I said, was then. Right now, we're running big deficits, even though we aren't fighting a war, facing high unemployment, and dealing with a pandemic. We should be taking action to bring those deficits down. Instead, Republicans have rammed through the One Big Beautiful Act, Bill Act, which will add trillions to deficit, even as it causes mass misery. Okay. Advanced Nations. What's up, Java 70? Welcome to the stream. What's up, ladies and germs? Welcome. Could typically run fairly large deficits. Without losing investor confidence. UK, for example, we're in large deficits. In the Napoleonic Wars and the two World Wars without losing investor confidence. I don't think you're fastest either. I'm mad because I can't find no goobers or troll tonight. Wow. I am not a fascist. You're correct. It's because they usually run by serious people. Who would take responsible action if needed to stabilize government debt. Second, they're competent. They have strong administrative ability. Yeah. Also because they're competent and have a strong administrative state that can raise taxes if need be. These factors normally an investor read that. Right now, we're running deficits, even though we're fighting war, high unemployment, dealing with a pandemic. We should be taking steps to bring those deficits down. Instead, make it bigger. Money side, the way Congress was bullied to pass a bill, and the lies used to sell it show we are no longer a serious country run by serious people. Republicans are using transparency, dishonest accounting to hide just how much they're hiding debt. I wonder what the link provide here is. What the fuck? Why is that so long? Hold on. I don't need any of this stuff after the question mark, do I? Heard if the BBB passes, interest rates got to go up. Well, almost certainly they will go up a decentish amount, yeah. Like nobody will buy a debt at 4%, or not enough people will. Well, to be fair, we have the Federal Reserve for that purpose, but you don't want that because that's inflationary. So probably going to say to show cartoonishly stupid or evil. It feels like a simulation. It's actually unbelievable. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Currently, we're running large subsets. Despite being generally good times. Not a major war. Unemployment. Or pandemic. Guess I'll buy some more fucking SPDR gold trust if they fire up the money printer. So true. I love quantitative easing. I love quantitative easing. I love the unironically, I'm not joking. I love quantitative easing. More quantitative easing. Well, we probably shouldn't do more quantitative easing right now, but I think there's still quantitative tightening, right? So. A little bit of quantitative easing never hurt nobody. That's what I'm saying. How about the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget? But it's an honest, highly competent think tank and appropriately incredulous analysis of the Trump administration economic projections is titled CEA's Fantastical Economic Assumptions. Yes, I think I had this linked. I think both of these are about the CEA. Adam Trump's bizarre claims about what tariffs will achieve. Again, do we look like a serious country to serious people? Moreover, mass deportations that occurs within immigrants, aside from being a civil liberties nightmare, will inflict severe economic damage and significantly worsen a debt position. True. Finally, how long will we have an effective government that can collect taxes when necessary? Elon Musk Doge failed to find significant amounts of wage fraud and abuse, but it did degrade a functioning federal government and demoralize hundreds of thousands of servants. Republicans have done all they can do to eviscerate the IRS and make tax evasion great again. Even if the control of government eventually return to people who want to make govern a country rather than pillage it, it will take years to recover competence in tax collection and other mundane government functions, which we used to take for granted. However, Republicans transparently dishonest accounting and Trump's crackpot tariff theories do not make us seem like serious people. Degraded the functioning of several government agencies. Doing all they can to degrade the IRS. So we are increasingly less confident. Did were there actual cuts to the IRS in the bill? I think there were. IRS budget request cuts 20% of employees in 2026. Increases phone help. Shrinking IRS faces major task in implementing big, beautiful bill. IRS plans to cut its total workforce by 40%. I'll link the Yale Budget Lab. You know, if the IRS didn't want to get fucked up, maybe they should have been nicer to Trump before he was president. What the fuck did they do to Trump before he was president? What do you mean, dog? I love the IRS. Actual, you seen that meme of people pointing at like police officers and saying actual superheroes? Okay, the real meme. They audited him. They audit a lot of people, like especially rich people. This is r/neoliberal. You love to see it. This is my ideology. True Chads want to raise IRS funding back to 2011 levels, okay? That's what true Chads want to see. Why is it not snapping together? You guys should be snapping together. Why are you not snapping together? Come on, come on. I know you want to snap together. Come on. Get the budget bill. Increases deficit. Both causing mass misery. And not fun. I love BoJack. Mr. Blue such a good. Oh shit! I totally forgot my Spotify is public. I appreciate it, Moxie. I don't even know if Moxie's still watching or she just looked at my what I'm listening to on Discord. Even if controlled government eventually return to people who want to govern a country rather than pillage it, it will take years to recover competence in tax collection, other main government functions. Falling dollars, an indicator of foreign investors losing faith in America. But I don't think they fully realize, even now, that the risk of a U.S. debt crisis is vastly higher now than it was when Republicans were yelling about Obama's deficits. Let's add the falling dollar. It's a sign that foreign investors are losing faith in America. Well, okay. Got a decent number of links from these articles to dive into. I don't know why this is like that. There you go. Then I probably want the Economist article. I think we'll just do like, oh, what the hell? Like this, and then we'll sort through these. later. Because I got people over. So. I could raid Pentuple. Here, let me raid the Soy Pill on Twitch. I'm pretty sure you guys should know who Soy Pill is. And more people need to follow him on Twitch. I got like, dude, I don't know if I don't even know if I can. Okay, head over to, I guess, Not So Erudite on YouTube. The like 3 of you watching. I should stream again tomorrow. Question mark again. We have people over, so I don't know for sure. But yeah. Oh no, probably gonna do some reading off stream, a little bit of editing, and then hopefully streaming tomorrow. But we'll see. I might not stream it tomorrow, but I'll edit tomorrow and get a video out. So subscribe to the YouTube if you're not, or if you're not following wherever you're watching. Make sure to follow, because I'm awesome and awesome sauce. I think the only thing we have scheduled is it should be a tariff debate on Tuesday. I think that's the only thing we are coming up. So, yeah. See you guys.